glitchy this morning, like me. Good morning, guys. Welcome in. Let me check the day. It's a Wednesday. We're rolling midweek. All right, welcome in, guys. Clancy trial has started. Thank you for y'all coming in and watching day two with us here. It's a heavy case, but it is a very important case. And thank you for those of y'all who are out there keeping open minds about this case. Um, it's so important to do that, especially this day and age in social media when it comes to crime cases or whatever we're doing here. Anyway, y'all will notice there is a link into the chat. It is pinned. It is a link tree to missing child Danielle Bell. Um, the link was under maintenance, but I think it's back up and running now. Or the site was, not just the actual link. Anyway, there's a lot of information there. We're trying to push a petition to help get change for missing children with Danny's Law. Danielle Bell is a local missing girl, well over 20 years now. A lot to unpack there. We did a show last night, an impromptu live, because it was her birthday yesterday, and her sister released the information about the petition for the law. I have spoke to Bonnie since our show last night, and we are getting scheduled up to bring her back on next week. I've done past shows on Danielle Bell, so y'all please check out the link. There's a lot. All of Bonnie Bell has a big social media presence. She is her sister's biggest champion. All of her links are there. You'll get to know Bonnie through those links. She's quite special. So hats off to Bonnie Bell. And yeah, we're going to help push to get this law enacted and get change. So I appreciate y'all. Yeah, Fiend, she did. She killed her kids. And then she jumped out of the window after she tried to cut herself. Well, she did cut herself. And then she jumps out the window. I think people who aren't open to looking at what's happening here, I don't know how to help them. I think it's important to be open and try to, because on the surface you could look at it and say, "Oh, the lady killed her kids. She deserves nothing. Get her out of here." That's how most of us feel. But what's causing this? What's happening here? Is this really something we should consider? So I'm going in open-minded, although we did read the lawsuit that Lindsay Clancy has filed against the healthcare industry and the top healthcare facility in the nation that was treating her, or failure to treat properly. So there's a lot to unpack there. Fiend, you need a wrench. You are so feral. Can I trust you with a wrench? You probably are the worst of my feral friends, but my coolest feral friend, besides Semi Sharp. Fiend, don't go jumping out windows yourself now. I know there's probably been times in this space you have felt like it, like the rest of us. Stay safe out there. Stay safe. All right, guys, we're going to get on to the show now. Whoa. Forrest, you're here? Forrest, great minds think alike. We were seeing what we wanted to do next. We're like, we're going to go review Ray. Well, Ray has brought the business this morning. So much so I had to watch it twice to make sure my ears were hearing that properly. And I'm still processing what I actually heard. We don't got time to get into it right now. But oh boy, will we get into it later. In fact, probably doing a big show this weekend, and it's probably going to be a members only. Y'all, member up if you don't mind. The first month is actually free. And if you like what you see, you can stick around if you want to. But to subscribe is free, and hitting that thumbs up is free, and helping these little baby channels get out into the big old algorithm is helpful, and I appreciate it. Nah, we've already viewed the house. It's not that far from the second floor window to the ground, Fiend. She's paralyzed from the waist down now. Spent an incredible amount of time in the hospital. Getting physically better. All the things. All right, they're underway this morning over there, guys. We're going to get it back up. Now let's hope the prosecution today doesn't pull anything ridiculous like they did by showing that video incredibly too long from the water park, showing all the other children going around the water park, innocent little kids. Are they on a break already? Yeah, on a morning break. All right, let's get to the beginning. I feel like it almost feels like to a lot of people on social media as well that prosecution let that go entirely too long. And it really, if you don't have a feeling about Lindsay Clancy, fine, leave it there. But her husband was also there in that courtroom and had to sit there and relive all of that. And you could tell how emotionally draining it was for him. Yeah, they all are insane. Well, no, we can't call them insane. We know there's something wrong with them, but you don't get a free pass on your label. But this case is worth examining to a lot of mothers out there who are trying to understand how other mothers get there. Because I don't know what it's like to have postpartum depression, but I'm willing to listen and try to understand because something's wrong. Something's not right. And society needs to fix it and quit bitching about it and be open minded and try to figure it out. We can sit here and blame all the blames we want, but okay, what are we doing about the blames? Nothing. That's what we do. We just bitch and complain all the time. I can't stand bitching and complaining all the time. I fucking hate it. Got me cussing already this morning. Misery loves company, and I don't like bitch sessions. Maybe for a second or two, then we're done. Now we're moving on. Get that mojo up out of here. We do not need the woo woo. Get all this nonsense out of our way. All right, guys, we can fast forward through all the crazy stuff. And yeah, Jesus got her paralyzed from a 12-foot fall. She was already, and she had crushed up pills and took them too. So she was not herself when she, well, of course, she wasn't herself when she jumped out the window, but she was doubly not herself. All right. All right, let's get started, guys, since they're already underway. Y'all, I will be joining you in the chat during the proceedings here. And again, thank y'all for coming in and watching here with me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's the final. So, counsel, we're ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present, and she is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone again. So what I want to do is just kind of go through first. I'm going to ask you those couple of questions, make sure that everybody was able to follow my instructions. Then I'm going to go over today's schedule and maybe discuss a little bit about the week's schedule, so you kind of have an idea where we're going with this. So first, let me ask those questions. Excuse me. The first question: has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard anything about this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror in this case? The next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? All right, again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, the schedule that we're going to follow today is we're going to continue with the case with the Commonwealth's witness who was on the stand Monday. And then we're going to take today be a little bit, might be broken up a little bit. There may be a couple of breaks that we have to take during the course of that, but we'll try and keep those to a minimum. But we're going to take a break at 1 o'clock, and then we'll come back this afternoon, and we'll probably go to sometime between 3 and 4. All right. Hopefully, I think tomorrow will be pretty much the same schedule. Tomorrow's Thursday. And then Friday, we are planning to go on that view. All right. And as a judge, I can control a lot of things, but I can't control the weather. All right. And so we've checked. It looks like the weather should be fine in regards to do this, but we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. But that's just in case I forget about that. That's what we're going to do. So on Friday, you may want to make sure you have a jacket with you, comfortable shoes. But we'll go into that a little bit more. So that's the schedule that we anticipate for the rest of the week. So on Friday, when we do the view, we'll come back. We usually generally do that in the morning. And then we'll come back and we'll probably go to, again, probably around 3 or 4 if we can. All right. And then on Friday, I'll discuss with you the next week's schedule and kind of where we are in the timeline of this case. All right. So I'll try and keep you up to date as best I can in regards to the case. But like I said, there may be some unanticipated breaks here and there that we're going to have to take. So with that, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's case. The Commonwealth had a witness on the stand at that time. I'm going to ask Ms. Sprague if you could recall that witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recall Patrick Clancy.
I want you to watch your steps. So you get in the jury.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, sir. All right. Ms. Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
So on Monday, I had asked you some questions about the Surface Pro that you and the defendant had in your home and had access to, and about whether you had looked at a site on suicide methods on August 22nd. If I could ask you, did you look at a site for suicide methods on August 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe so.
And I had also asked you on Monday about when you were leaving the home on the night of January 24th, 2023, your observations of Lindsay and the children. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had testified that you observed Dawson on the couch eating, I believe you said chicken nuggets and green beans. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you're facing the couch, where he was on the couch?
If I were facing the couch, he would be to the right.
To the right, okay. and showing you a photograph of the living room where there are some bowls on the couch. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the couch looked that night?
Yeah.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
All right. Any objection?
No, of course not.
That may be admitted.
Now, as you're getting ready to leave the house to head out to get the takeout, did Lindsay say anything to you?
Nothing specific that I can recall, just other than maybe goodbye.
Do you recall something about discussing something about CVS with her?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did she say about CVS?
She wanted me to pick up some stool softener for Cora.
And she hadn't mentioned that earlier in the text, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
So as you're leaving, she asked you to make a second or another stop while you're out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in response to that request, did you ask her to do something?
I don't remember.
I could show you page 77, lines 23 and 24, if you could just read those to yourself.
Yeah, I told her to text it to me, which she did.
I'm sorry, so that refresh your memory and
Yep.
asked her to text it to you?
Yep.
And did she do so?
She did.
And was that at approximately 5:15 p.m. that she texted PDLX?
Sounds correct.
So your two stops then that night were going to be CVS and the 3V restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go first?
CVS.
And do you remember the route that you took to get there?
Yeah, I went out our driveway, took a right on Winter Street, and then took a left on the main road and went to CVS.
So it's a pretty direct route from your house to CVS?
Yeah.
Give the map. Just going to have you look at the screen, if you would, to a map. And coming into this red dot here, is that the approximate location of your home at 47 Summer Street?
Yeah.
And then looking at this pink dot here next to Big Y, is that where the CVS is located?
Yes.
And that's the CVS you went to that night?
Yes.
About how long did it take you to get there?
3 minutes?
And when you got to CVS, did you go inside?
Yes.
And what section did you go to in CVS?
I think it was pediatrics.
If we could pull up the CVS video. I'm going to ask you to look at the video here. Is that you entering the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And that section you head to on the right, is that the pediatric medication section?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you're in that section, looking for the medication, do you do something?
I called Lindsay
And why did you call Lindsay?
because what we were looking for wasn't there. The shelves were pretty empty. It was still during COVID.
It was, I'm sorry, what?
It was during COVID, so
Okay, so, and was that call at about approximately 5:33 p.m.?
yeah.
Okay. And then, did she answer the call?
Yes.
She answered when you called her?
Actually, I think she didn't at first. She called back.
Okay. And did you receive a call back from her about a minute later at 5:34 p.m.?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And can you describe that phone call for us?
It was very brief. I just said, I think there was a generic brand, and I said, is this one okay? And she said, yeah, that's fine.
And what was her demeanor during the call?
She's pretty quiet. It sounded like she was busy. I remember hanging up thinking she's probably in the middle of giving baths or something like that.
So it sounded to you like she was in the middle of something?
Yeah.
Were you able to understand her when she spoke to you?
Yeah.
And did she seem to understand what you were saying?
Yes.
And she didn't seem to have any trouble recalling why you were at CVS or what you were looking for?
That's correct.
And did you, in fact, purchase some Pedialyte at CVS?
Yes.
Did you purchase anything else while you were there?
I bought a pack of Skittles.
Just showing you a receipt here from CVS. Does this appear to be an accurate description of what was purchased?
Yeah.
We could have the CVS receipt marked as the next exhibit, please.
All right. That may be admitted.
26. And then if we could have the original CVS video marked as an exhibit and the CVS timeline, a condensed version marked as the following exhibit.
Be 27 and 28.
We have the original marked as 27, and the timeline is 28, please.
It's 26, 27, and 28 is the mark.
All right, thank you.
After you had made your purchases at CVS, where did you go next?
To 3V.
And do you remember the route you took to get there?
Yeah, I think I got on Route 3 South for I think just one exit, and then I got off and went straight to 3V.
And showing you the map again here on the screen. This green dot here on the bottom, is that where 3V restaurant is located?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit a copy, a digital copy of the map. We have it on the computer. I can make a hard copy.
All right. That may be admitted.
We can use empty case as a marker. Is it 29?
All right, thank you.
If you could pull up the 3V video, please. Now, sir, how long approximately did it take you to get from CVS to 3V?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And when you got to the 3V restaurant, did you go inside?
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask you to watch the video on screen. At 5:54:15 p.m., is that you coming in behind that other couple there?
Yeah.
And what are you doing at that point when you're looking at the bags?
I think I was looking for the bag with my name on it.
Do you recall what you're doing on your phone at that time?
I don't. It could be work related, it could be anything.
And the order that was listed under your name and phone number, correct?
I think Lindsay ordered it.
Right, but do you recall whose name it was under when you picked it up?
I don't recall specifically, but it could have been mine.
Show you a receipt here from 3V Restaurant for Mediterranean Powerball and scallop and pork belly risotto. You could just look at the name and the number on the receipt.
Yeah, that's my name and my number.
So that's your phone number?
Yeah.
Okay. So although the defendant called in the order, your name and phone number were given and were given accurately, is that correct?
Correct.
If we could have the 3V video marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. The, can I see counsel just very briefly?
I'm sitting here going, they need to get on a mic. I can barely hear it. And I'm like, why do I have my headset on? I usually just turn it on my phone and can hear it so much better. But I've been sitting here chatting with my pal Fiend. Like, Fiend, I'm trying to have a conversation with you and pay attention to the court at the same time, dude. Y'all meet one of my feral friends, Fiend. All right. Ungentle with the band hammer. Dude, you that's a heavy subject that we were looking at in that live stream. So I get it. It's a hot button topic, kind of like this case. And we both saw the reaction about this case there last night, and that's fine. I still like her. I still love her. I still like the deep dives and the unpacking, but when you see this on the surface, people don't understand what it's about. Someone else is live streaming this trial who didn't understand what it was about a couple of days before that. But, at least they're opening their minds now, I guess. So welcome into all those with an open mind. We need it in every case. We wanted people, Fiend, so bad to walk into Delphi with an open mind, and how many won't even look at it, right?
If we have the receipt marked as the next exhibit.
All right.
Hey, Rocky Mountain hippie.
It's subject to the court's order. That may be admitted.
I will mute out when they get going again, and I'll be in chat with you guys.
Sir, after picking up the order at 3V, where did you go next?
Home.
And do you recall the route you took home?
Probably the same route, one exit on the highway, and then went home.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how long it took you to get home?
I would guess 10 to 12 minutes.
When you arrived home, where did you park?
In the driveway.
What type of car did you drive then?
A Chevy Silverado.
And was that a white pickup truck?
Yeah.
What kind of car did Lindsay drive then?
It was a Kia SUV.
And once you parked there, were both vehicles now in the driveway?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a series of photographs of the exterior of your home. You could just look through them and tell me if they accurately reflect how your home looked on January 24th, 2023.
Yeah, these are accurate.
You could have these photographs of the exterior of the home, front and back, marked sequentially as nice exhibits.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 32. Is this the front of your house with the main door?
Yes.
And then showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 33. Where is this in relation to that main front door?
It's to the right.
And here, where the light is that a secondary entrance at the front of the house?
Yes.
And for the record, that's to the left of the garage.
Yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 34. Can you tell us what portion of the house this is?
It's to the left of the front door.
So if I'm facing the front door, it's to the left, there's a fence there, is that correct? And Exhibit 35, is that more of that same fence on the left?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 36, is this looking at your backyard from that left side area where the fence is?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 37, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is the back of the house and the window where Lindsay jumped out.
And Exhibit 38, is that a more direct view of that back of the house?
Yeah.
And so the window you referenced about Lindsay, is it this upper right top window?
Yeah.
And what is behind that window?
Our bedroom.
And the window to the left there in the middle, what room is that window in?
That's the upstairs bathroom.
And then the top window on the far left, what room is that for?
That was Dawson's bedroom.
Austin? And then directly below the top right window, so the bottom far right window, what room is that window for?
The living room.
And then again, the middle window on the bottom level.
Downstairs bathroom.
And then that window on the far left there, is that the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the far left of the photo where the sliding glass doors are, where does that lead into?
There's like a room off of the kitchen where there's a kitchen table.
When you got home and you parked your truck, how did you get into the home?
I went in through that side door.
The door that was to the left of the garage?
Yeah.
And what did you do once you got inside the home?
I started taking my boots off.
And did you have some bags with you from CVS and 3V?
Yeah.
Where did you place those?
On the kitchen island.
Show you a couple photos of that area where you came in. Just tell us if it accurately represents how they looked, that area looked on January 24th, please.
Yeah, that's accurate.
You could have these two photos marked as the next exhibit, please.
They may be minute.
Exhibits 39 and 40. So we're showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 39. Can you tell us where the sliding glass doors are in this photograph?
They're to the left of the kitchen table.
So we have here the kitchen table, kind of in the center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so these are the sliding glass doors?
Yeah.
And where's the door that you came through?
To the right after the kitchen table.
Right here, next to the curtain?
Yeah.
And the door, when you're looking at the photo straight ahead, this door to the left of the mirror or the photo there, where does that lead?
The garage.
And then showing you Exhibit 40. Is that where you place the bags on the island in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When you came into the house and you were taking off your boots and putting things down, was there anything you noticed?
Yeah, the house was really quiet.
Is that unusual?
Yeah.
And when you realized it was really quiet, what did you do?
I called out
And who did you call out to?
everyone.
Did anyone answer?
No.
After you called out and no one answered, what did you do next?
I think I don't know the order, but I called down in the basement and no one answered. And then I called Lindsay to see if she was home because I looked out and I couldn't see her car, but it's because it was dark and her car's black.
Okay, so when you say you called down to the basement, when you approached the basement door, do you remember if it was open or shut?
It was shut.
So did you open it and yell down?
Yeah,
And there was no response?
correct.
And showing you a photo here, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the stairway down to the basement level?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 41. Do you recall when you opened the door to yell down whether the light was on or off?
Yeah, it was on, but Lindsay always left the light on.
And you said you called Lindsay, was that a phone call?
Yeah,
And was that at approximately 6:09 PM?
yeah,
And did she answer?
no.
After calling down the stairs to the basement, did you leave the door open or did you close it?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would think I closed it because I always try to keep it closed. I'm not sure.
Okay. And so after you called Lindsay and didn't get a response, what did you do next?
I started checking upstairs.
And where did you check upstairs?
First, the bathroom. I thought maybe they were taking baths, but there's no one there.
And then where did you go?
The kids' bedrooms.
Was there anyone in the kids' bedrooms?
No.
And then did you go to your bedroom?
Yeah.
And were you able to get into your bedroom right away?
No, the door was locked, and that's when I knew something was wrong.
And when you realized the door was locked, did you have a way to unlock it?
Yeah, the previous owners, when they installed the doorknobs, had these like these little keys that they taped to the back of each door. So I got the one from Cora's room, and then I started unlocking the knob.
And when you unlocked the door to your bedroom, did you go in?
Yeah.
And what did you see when you opened the door and went in?
I just saw blood everywhere, and the window is open.
And showing you here a photo, is this the bed in your bedroom?
Yeah.
Now, the way the bed is in this photo, kind of pulled away from the wall and slightly askew or at an angle, is that the way it was typically?
No.
And when you left the bedroom that day for the last time prior to coming home later that night, was the bed in that position?
I don't think so.
You could have this photo marked as the next
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 42. And you said you saw the window, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was it open?
Yeah, there was wind blowing in.
Showing you a photo here. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the window looked?
Yeah.
Mark this the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 43. Did you walk into the room and over to the window?
No.
How far into the room did you get?
Probably 1 or 2 steps, and then I immediately turned around and went outside.
And the blood that you saw, where was that located in the room?
It was everywhere. It was, it looked like it was sprayed almost with like a hose. And there was a huge puddle in the middle of the room, and it was sprayed all over pretty much every surface. I remember it was on the doorknob.
Okay. Showing you 3 photos. Do you recognize what's depicted there? And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on January 24th, 2023?
Yeah.
We could have these photos, 3 photos marked as the next 3 exhibits.
They may be admitted.
So showing you what's been marked Exhibit 44. Is this the entrance to the room, looking into the room?
Yeah.
And then Exhibit 45, is this mirror to the right of that bureau we were just looking at?
Yeah.
And this area right here, is this the blood you were referring to?
Yeah, that's some of the blood.
And then in Exhibit 46, is that getting closer to the window?
Yeah.
And is that more of the blood that you were talking about?
Yeah.
Going back to Exhibit 42, there's no blood on the walls or on the bedding, correct?
On those walls and the bedding, correct.
Sir, were you aware that the defendant's phone was found on the bed in the bedroom that night?
Yeah.
They're showing you this phone with this light brown case. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Whose phone is it?
That was Lindsay's phone.
And is this the phone that she was consistently using between September of 2022 and, well, actually August of 2022 throughout the fall and into January of 2023?
Yeah.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 47.
Sir, after making those observations in the bedroom, what did you do next?
I ran downstairs and went outside.
And do you recall whether you went out the front door or the back door?
I went out the back door.
So that would be the sliders, is that right?
Yeah.
And where did you go from there?
I just looked around in the backyard below that window and I saw Lindsay.
And where did you see her?
She was face up in the backyard
And where in the backyard was she?
at the bottom of the window.
And so, looking at this was the window, correct, the top right?
Correct.
Where was she in relation to that window?
Directly below it.
So down here by the window well?
Yeah.
For the record, I was pointing right below the bottom right window by the window well. I'll show you a photo of that window you were referring to. Is this the exterior view of that window to your bedroom that night?
Yeah.
We could have this marked as an exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 48. I'm showing you exhibit 48. So the window's open, correct?
Yes.
And the screen for the window is up, correct?
Yeah.
At any point in time that night or afterwards, did you notice that the screen was cut or broken in any way?
I didn't notice that, no.
And when you saw Lindsay on the ground there under the window, which direction was her body facing?
Her head was closer to the house. Her feet were away from the house.
Okay. And did you go to her?
Yeah.
And did you observe any injuries?
Yes.
And what did you see?
She had deep cuts on her wrists, and she had a red line across her neck. I wasn't sure what it was at first, but she cut her neck.
And do you recall that these wounds weren't actively bleeding at the time?
I later learned that I said that on the 911 call.
And when you observed these wounds, is it correct that the 911 operator asked you or instructed you to apply pressure if needed?
I don't recall the whole call, but I believe that's probably true.
Okay. And you didn't at the time feel the need to apply pressure to any of those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Did you say anything to Lindsay when you found her in that state?
Yeah, I said, what happened?
And what was her response?
She said, I tried to kill myself.
Did you ask her anything else?
I said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said, they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started calling out for the neighbors, but eventually it went through.
Okay. So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're on the phone with 911, are they asking you questions and you're responding with information about her condition?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you could just look at the screen here, is this the model of the first floor of your home?
Yes.
Okay. And so we have here the sliding glass doors. Where would the basement door be in this model?
Directly below the stairs.
So now that it's flipped around, is this the door to the basement right here?
Yeah.
For the record, that's the door across from the downstairs bathroom.
Yeah.
And then, how long approximately, and I know you weren't looking at your watch or anything like that, but can you estimate for us how long it took for first responders to arrive?
4 or 5 minutes.
Okay. And during that time, are you continuing to try to talk to Lindsay?
Yeah.
Is she responding?
She was in and out of consciousness.
Okay. Was she breathing on her own?
I believe so.
And you're communicating information to the 911 operators, and are they giving you, advice on how to deal with the situation as it progresses?
Yeah.
Okay. Once emergency personnel arrive, what do you do?
I immediately got up and ran to the basement.
Okay. And do you still have the phone on you? You're still on the 911 call?
Yeah, I didn't realize it at the time, but I did.
Okay. And have you look at this model here on the screen. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the setup of your basement?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can just describe the rooms for us, what the purpose of each room was?
So the room in the back left was my office. The room with the black rubber mat is the gym. And then there's the living room to the right of that. And then the back right is just an area of the living room, and then there's a bathroom next to that.
So when you come down those stairs that night, which direction did you go?
I immediately went left.
And when you went left, what did you see?
I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
And was that an exercise band?
Yeah.
And do you recall whether she was, what position she was in, whether face up or face down?
She's face down.
And when you saw her in that condition, what did you do?
I immediately ran over and tried to take the band off.
Were you able to get the band off?
Yeah.
And do you recall how you got the band off?
I think I untied it.
And when you say untied it, was it in a knot that you had to, put everything down and unknot it, or how was it tied?
I'm not sure I fully remember.
Do you recall describing it previously as when you initially tie your shoes but then don't do the bow?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And was she responsive?
No.
And what did you see or do next?
I saw Callan.
And where was he?
He was next to her.
And how did he appear?
He had a band around his neck.
Sorry?
He had a band around his neck.
And did you remove that as well?
Yeah.
And do you recall what position he was in?
Same as Cora.
And looking at the model here, if you could just tell us, where was Cora?
The left of the couch.
So would that be this area here that I'm pointing to in between the bureau and the couch?
Yeah.
And where was Callan?
To her left.
So would that be more over here towards the chair and the bureau?
Yeah.
After you removed the band from Callan's neck, what did you do next?
I tried to find Dawson.
And where did you go?
I looked in the bathroom and on the other side of the couch, and then I went to the other side of the basement, and he was in my office.
And when you saw Dawson, what condition was he in?
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here, where was he located within the office?
Just to the left of the door when you went in.
Just in this area here, right inside the door?
Yeah.
If we may approach briefly.
Yeah, please.
Now, after finding Dawson and taking off the band, what happened next?
I think I was back and forth. I think I went to try to help Cora.
Did you try to give her CPR?
Yeah.
At some point in time, do the first responders make their way down to the basement?
Yeah.
And do they take over care of the children?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
They sent me upstairs.
Okay. And at this point, Your Honor, I'd move to submit the 911 call as the next exhibit.
That may be allowed pursuant to the earlier order.
Cora, Dawson, and Callan removed from the home and taken to a hospital.
Yeah.
Was that Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth?
Yeah.
Did you also go to that location?
Yeah.
And at the hospital, were you able to see your children?
Yeah.
And was Callan then transported to Children's Hospital?
Yeah.
Did anyone ever tell you not to leave your kids alone with Lindsay?
No.
In January of 2023, did Lindsay ever tell you that she wanted to harm your children?
No.
Did she ever tell you she was going to kill your children?
No.
Did you receive, a few days after this happened, did you receive a phone call from the defendant while she was at Brigham and Women's Hospital?
I think it was like a week or so after, yeah.
And what did the defendant say at that time about what had happened with the children?
She didn't talk about our kids. She talked about what she went through.
And what did she say about what she went through?
She said she heard a man's voice telling her that if she didn't do it now, she would lose her chance or something like that.
And did she also tell you that she had had a moment of psychosis?
I don't recall.
Did she mention the children at all during that call?
I don't think so. I mean, not directly.
Had she ever mentioned psychosis to you before?
No, I didn't know what psychosis was until after this happened.
Did she ever tell you she was hearing a man's voice before?
No.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All
I
right.
just have exhibits
All right.
after.
Counsel, can I see just briefly, sidebar?
She's got no further questions. About time. Hey Andy, welcome in. Fiend's running amok in my chat, Andy. We like Fiend, so we're just letting him run a little feral. Fiend is Fiend, but you know that. He's here with us. Fiend, stop it. Where's your open mind? You didn't bring your open mind this morning, Fiend. And you're not touching yourself over there, are you? we don't need none of that, Fiend. That was the prosecution there, Andy.
the witness could be
All right.
excused.
So you can be excused, subject to recall at a later point today. Thank you, sir. All right, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, at this point, I would move to submit some evidence. First, would be the clothing Cora Clancy was wearing the night of January 24th, 2023. First, the pajama pants. Pajama shirt. And then the pink robe. We could have these marked as one exhibit.
They may be admitted. Thank you.
And then Dawson's clothing. We have dinosaur underwear for the record. And a gray t-shirt or shirt, long sleeve shirt.
What is her actual point right now? We need to know clothing
Have this as the next exhibit, please.
that matters.
That may be admitted.
And then Helen's pajamas.
Why do we need to see the baby's pajamas? Miss Prosecutor, you're taking a hard hit on the social medias where you're waiting.
As the next exhibit, please.
That's the prosecution.
That may be
Our
admitted.
lawyer's sitting beside her, older guy, high profile attorney. Good God Almighty, here she goes. Lady, you're not making a very good.
Yellow exercise band found with Dawson.
Oh. Seeing the weapon is one thing, but the clothing.
Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
Yeah, Andy, I get it.
Black exercise band found with Cora.
She used the different bands.
Have this as the next exhibit, please.
That may,
And then the blue exercise band found with Callan. We could have this as the next exhibit, please.
that may be admitted.
Your Honor, we would ask that the 911 call be played.
All right. All right. Members of the jury, I just kind of wanted to give you, all Sometimes in a trial, evidence is introduced that produces in jurors an emotional response. For example, it's understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear or see certain evidence. But as jurors who have taken an oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the unpleasant nature of some of the evidence, including testimony, including exhibits. And so you must find the facts, in this case, based only on the evidence. And so you can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice, or pity for or against either side. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is introduced in this case in my instructions and any other limiting instructions. And I'll go into that, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that as we go through this. All right, at this point, we're going to play the exhibit, which is, I believe, the 911 call. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I want to remind everyone that there is a order entered by the court regarding this matter. It's not to be recorded, it's not to be broadcast, and it's not to be reproduced in any way, subject to any sanctions that would go along with the violation of that court order. So I just kind of remind everybody that order applies to the media and applies to the public. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody in regards to that. So with that, Commonwealth?
Yeah, that 911 call is allegedly extremely rough, with Patrick screaming in the background and crying when he realized what he walked into when he came back from getting the takeout and the medicine from the CVS, and he goes back into his house and finds all his babies no longer with him. It was rough. Fiend, you're not being very open minded anymore. Like, you're just not. You're not coming with like a conversation that people can get behind at the moment. So maybe you need to calm down just a bit. I don't want all the chat coming at you soon, because it might happen, because you're not being very open minded here and fair. And I'm trying to convince half these people to be open minded and fair about Rick Allen. So let's do the same for Lindsay Clancy, like Andy suggested. Appreciate that comment, Andy. It's important. Yeah, exactly, Andy. We get it. We have, because we don't know at this point. Prosecution's saying premeditated. She's lying. She's faking everything. She set it all in motion with the doctors and accused her of doctor shopping. They've already said she was a control freak and all of the things. They set the stage for a selfish woman. The standard in America, right? Oh, she doesn't want the husband and kids no more. Selfish woman. And America is ready to latch onto that for some reason. Half of America, but half of America is willing to be open minded and finally try to figure out what the hell's happening here. Andy, when according to the documents, though, eventually he did start becoming, in a part of her health care, and he went to the doctors with her. He begged that last doctor to take her off that Seroquel and everything else and start completely over from scratch. According to the lawsuit they have filed against the healthcare industry that was taking care of her, that he begged them to take her off that Seroquel and all that medication and please start from scratch. So he did become involved. And I don't see how a husband couldn't become involved when your wife is exhibiting all these behaviors and telling you I'm feeling this way. And he's like, well, she's going to the doctor, but she's not getting better. And he's realizing something's not right. That's when he became involved in her care. And by the third baby, he himself did take off from maternity leave as well. It's hard for a lot of men to wrap their head around these women needing help when society convinced an entire nation that, hey, women, you can do this all by yourself. You get up every morning at 4 a.m. and get your ass to work after you get all them babies off to school. Get on down there to that office job now. Do your part like your husband. And then when you get home, he should help you 50-50 it, right? Because we're going to do that in America now. They didn't quite work out that way for America. And now all these women are realizing, fuck, we couldn't have it all. They lied to us. They sold us a pipe dream that we cannot attain. And now we got a lot of kids in America and a lot of people scratching their heads going, what the hell happened to these kids? I don't know, maybe daycare? For those who didn't have a choice? I'm probably going to get in trouble with my opinions here. Well, Fiend, that's still debatable. If you're not wanting to listen, so I'm not. Yeah, she took medicines and she went off medicines and she went on them and she went off. If you don't have any of these psychological issues and never been on any medication, and I know what people can weigh in who haven't had an experience, right, in the past with trauma or anything or any kind of anxiety help they may have needed in their lifetime. She was misdiagnosed from Jump Street. You cannot treat bipolar disorder with standard depression medications because they are two different things. Bipolar disorder is not depressed in the bed and can't get out. It is so not that. But they're treating it like it's that by slapping all of these women with bipolar disorder on Zoloft designed to treat depression. And when you have bipolar disorder, trust me, I know you're not depressed. You're many things, but you're not depressed. Not like that. Not like regular depression, can't get out of the bed and function. Come help me, ladies, get out of my bed and get my shit together. It's a very different thing. And we're tired of it in America. And I'm telling y'all right now, that list of medications they were trying to force this woman to take while she's saying, no, this is not working, I had the same exact experience. Go home, take what we gave you, you're eventually going to feel better. After my daughter died, and I could not sleep. I was not depressed, but I could not fucking sleep. That was going to drive me crazy. So I do know what I'm talking about up here, and I'm
Jurors, close your notebooks, place them on the chairs.
chat who cannot do that. Please don't accept the rest of my chat.
Follow me.
Please don't. Come with an open mind and be polite. Period. No, whatever, Fiend. You're about to be booted out or timed out, dude. I can't take it right at the moment. You're are you trying to activate people? Because I let you come in and be, chill and chill. But you're not being open. You say you're being open-minded, but you're actually not. So there's a difference. So what are we doing here today?
Jurors have exited the courtroom. The court's in session. Please be seated.
We'll be in recess.
Even if you take it right, Fiend, it's not going to work. Goodbye.
Recess, please exit the courtroom.
why the state even went this far with this case instead of working with this woman to figure it all out and do what was best for everybody. They chose this route instead, putting her and her husband through fucking pure hell. Pure hell. Because they want to stuff her in a prison versus a mental facility where she fucking belongs at this point. What what are we doing here? Ask the prosecutor what we're doing here. Timeout button's right there. How long we going for? You know I like you, buddy. I mean, kind of, sort of, we like each other, but I'm not real sure if we do or not. I've never been able to really figure it out, but I've always been open-minded when it come to you, Fiend. Always. You not like that Osbrook guy. Likes to block people, then unblock them later when he sees everybody else is actually friends with her. Yeah, that happened. Nice try, Osbrook. Couldn't figure out why you blocked me to start with. Oh, maybe because I posed a legal question to you one time on the Twitters and you didn't like it, didn't want to answer it, and blocked me, thought I was a troll or some stupid shit. When I just asked a legal question to a habeas attorney, an appellate attorney, asked a legal question one time, got blocked immediately. Okay, duly noted, sir. Duly noted. Carry on. A little cray cray if you ask me, but okay. Was my legal question too much? Did it not fit the narrative any longer? Damn it, man. I don't like it when I don't fit the narrative. No, people don't like it when I don't fit the narrative. That's what they don't like. Back at you, Fiend. I know you do. I know. That's cool. Hey, I don't got no beef with that dude. He had a beef with me. Then he wants to come into Andy's chat and say that my short video on Trisha was, distasteful. Well, how did he put it? I forgot. Bad form. It was bad form. I was the bad form, not Trisha. Go figure. Me, little old salty sleuth with a baby channel, was bad form. Anyway, we'll let that shit go, won't we? We don't hold grudges. We do not. Sacred Ache, welcome in. Hey Carrie, if I didn't say good morning to you, good morning. Yeah, maybe men should not weigh in on this subject, right? Maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should take all the seats for a minute and listen. Maybe. What they gonna do one day when they wake up and realize their lady's having a little bit of an issue? Huh? They're gonna kick her to the curb? What if you start having the issue? Do we kick you to the curb? There's a lot of men out there that apparently need to be fixed. Need to be fixed. What is my dog doing out there? I hear a weird noise. Like I feel like she's chewing something she probably shouldn't be chewing. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, so uh, we can go fast forward through this because we are behind. Are they like actually still on break? Oh, hell, my shit just froze. Okay, looks like it. Let me pull up. No, the man didn't, Fiend. The man didn't. But men do a lot of things. They're like serial killers, though, right? They like to serial kill innocent people. That's what they like to do. Maybe men shouldn't put a ton of pressure on women to get their tail up and go to work and be a full partner here. And at the end of the day, forget he has to be a full partner. Maybe that should start happening. They want their woman to work and take care of the babies and him and the house and the dogs too. She's got this. Women are so strong. Look at America getting it done like those shiny little people on NBC morning shows. Hang on, guys. I'm refreshing that feed. Okay, yeah, they're still at break. All right, guys. Um, boy, what there's something I really want to talk about, but it doesn't pertain to this case. So we may have to come back tonight and get it done, because I'm like intrigued, super intrigued. Brian Koberger, I'm so intrigued at the moment. Again, guys, there is a pinned message in the chat. The link to missing children Danielle Bell. Is that a Savannah dig? Like Savannah Guthrie? I don't dig at her, man. We're trying to find her mama. And I want to know who she's talking to in that video. Brian Enton, I liked your little video, but I wish you would have had a different profiler on, because I'm trying to talk about it, but folks don't seem interested. So I'm trying to find the people who are talking about it. So appreciate that last video, because I know there's something more to that last Savannah video. But we're going to let Nancy Guthrie case go because it's turned into a shit show, a complete shit show that you can't even talk about facts outside of fiction. Anyway. And Nanos, you called out Cash Patel, sir. 17-year-old boy from Canada gets an interview with Sheriff Nanos. Go figure. 17-year-old boy from Canada and not Brian Enton. I wonder why. That boy did an amazing job. Forrest, do you know who that kid is, by the way? Ashley Banfield said that she met him when he was 13 or 14. He interviewed her, and she has helped him throughout the years build his YouTube channel and different things. I didn't know that. None of us knew that. This 17-year-old kid landed an interview with Sheriff Nanos and did a fantastic job and asked real good questions. I know y'all don't want to hear from this sheriff, but I do, because I'm waiting for him to slip up and tell me things. We can never get past the interviewer or this, all the weeds. Y'all know how I roll. I don't give a fuck about who's interviewing who. I need to hear what's being said, right? I can totally tune out people like Trisha and stuff. I'm not so surface level. Oh my God, I can't watch this. She's a very. I can tune that heifer slap out if I need to get to the bottom of things. That's how you get to the bottom of things, guys. You lurk, you listen, and you watch, and you don't hold judgment and say, I can't tune in because they're stupid. God dang. How come I know? That's why I know so much more. Because I'd be nosy. I'd be nosing around all kinds of places. People wished I wouldn't nose around because they always secretly wonder, what does she know? Stay tuned. Maybe one day you'll find out.
Please.
Go into a sidebar immediately. At least we don't have to look at the OnlyFans in this Massachusetts courtroom on break. I could not have took another day of that OnlyFans bullshit. Well, you know what, Fiend? Some of us aren't willing to accept that anymore, that the state is the python and just, oh my God, nothing we can do about it. No, let's force change. Let's do something about it. Let's demand transparency instead of bitching about it on the internet. Let's demand it. We're going to be reviewing that interview with Ray. He was on with Jesse. It's just, there's a lot to it. Um, I can grab the link in a minute, but yeah, it's a lot. And if people who need to understand what was happening in that interview. And hats off, Jesse Weber, for facilitating that. That was quite beautiful, what you did there. People want to give Jesse Weber a lot of flack right now because he went over on the WebTooth ladies thing. Jesse Weber's uninformed when it comes to web sleuths, y'all. I don't hold no grudge against Jesse for going over on the web sleuths. I hold her accountable for what she did to Kresha and the family, but Jesse Weber going over there didn't bother me a bit, and it wasn't going to make me unduly hate the man. In fact, Christina has said that some of the people getting hate right now aren't even aware of what's going on. So if she can't hate them, I can't either. Is that what Rachel was talking about for us? Was that, I think that's what she was talking about, was the Ray interview. I'm not sure though. Is that what you were talking about, Rachel? Oh, the kid did a okay, that interview. Sorry, I was confused. I see it now. Yes. Did I put it in Discord? Didn't I put it in the Discord? Not the mod chat, but I think it's actually in Discord where I throw all the stuff we need to review. Where did I put that? Or did I even link it? Hold on, I'll grab it and throw it in the chat. What's his channel? I forgot. Let me, it's on my history here. It's called the Sharp Exchange, is his name. YouTube. Hang on, I'm link. Oh, my dog got loud. Let me link it. He throws Cash Patel under the bus a little bit, but what do we expect? Y'all just go listen to it with an open mind. If you really can't stand Nanos and don't want to hear a word he's got to say, then don't go watch it. Do you, boo? But I like to be informed regardless. There you go. I have to go watch it so I can make an evaluation and not listen to what social media has told me about it, right? I'm not down with all that. So people will steer you wrong and they will, the narrative may not be exactly what it was. Dude, I don't have an open Discord. In fact, I got an accidental
All right, we're going to take
gift.
about a 5-minute break, and we'll come back out and I'll address the scheduling with council. All right, so about a 5-minute recess.
A 5-minute recess, and then they're going to address the schedule with council. Anyway, I got accidentally gifted a sub when I was doing some recon somewhere, and today I got a notification about to join their Discord. I was like, oh, nice try, wench. I mean, lady. I mean, what? No, thank you. My Discord is not an open true crime Discord because I ain't got time for all that crazy. I have a virtual office Discord for me and my mods where we throw content in there and things I need to review and things they find that I need to review go in there as well. That's what it is. It's a virtual office for me and my mods. We don't do the crazy Discord here for true crime because by God, I can't deal with that shit. I'm not a babysitter. I don't want to know all the dirty deeds happening in them nasty little Discords. I already know. Uh-uh. Fiend, Delphi taught me. What's his name? What's that dude's name from over there in Sweden? The fucking guy that can't talk. Frank. Frank, where you at, Frank? Trying to snag my IP address all that time ago. DMing me and shit. Dude, get out of here with your weirdness. You got the wrong girl. Nice try. Cash Patel, I don't know about that dude. I've heard stuff. I've heard what social media has said. I've listened to his interviews, heard what he had to say. A little skeptical about his little scratched evidence there myself, Fiend. A little skeptical about the scratched evidence. I'd like to see them thumbnails from the evidence in the backyard about all those people wandering around back there at different times. And how come they're not on camera the night Nancy went missing? Curious minds want to know stuff. Dutch Frank. Frank Dutch. Frank. I can't talk today, Frank. Let's be frank. I got my name in a court document. I wrote the judge letters. Weirdo. Yeah, my Discord's locked down. Ain't nobody getting in there. I know people. Web3 security and all builds Discords for a living. Yeah, they came in mine immediately and done some things for me. I ain't playing. Get out of here, weirdos. And it doesn't do you any good to have a Discord and members only because people will pay to member up on purpose to get in your Discord and screenshot the shit out of everything and run to social media and share it. Ain't that what y'all do out there, you freaks of nature? Uh, up. Yeah, lockdown. Screw it. Oh, Rocky Mountain hippie. Oh, Frank. No, not Frank Meister. Not Frankenstein. There's two Franks in this case. Ain't there, Fiend? We got two Franks in that case. We got Frank Meister from Indiana, and we got Frank over there somewhere. Over there somewhere. He probably lurking. He might be watching right now. I don't know. He might have heard me say his name. He's like, "What? Salty mentioned my name." He used to DM me about the Brian Koberger case. Like, dude, why are you doing that? I don't want to talk to you, especially about Brian Koberger. Jesus Christ Almighty me. We ain't got time for all that madness. We do not. Anyway, guys, the link there is for Danielle Bell, missing child Danielle Bell. We're trying to get the word out about Danny's Law. She was missing for over 20 years here in my hometown. Her sister's fighting hard to get some change done. And there are some big takeaways from the law that they're trying to get passed. And one is to stop classifying young girls as a runaway, even young boys. Don't classify them as a runaway immediately. Don't do that because that changes the game as far as how they're investigated, right? And within 6 hours, search teams on the ground. That child hasn't turned up in 6 hours. You need boots on the ground right then, search teams. And also prosecuting parents who fail to report their children missing immediately. So let's force some change around here and stop bitching about how America handles missing children and stop bitching about the criteria for Amber Alert. Let's do something about it for a change and force change. We can't come on here and true crime all day, every day, and not support stuff like that, in my opinion. You show your true colors when you do that. And some of y'all are really showing your true colors. Eyes on you. Thank you, Forrest. Be the voice, be proactive, and be the change. Don't sit there and just bitch about it. Misery loves company, and I ain't down with that kind of party. Jesus Christ, I ain't trying to drink because I want to die. I wanted to have fun. And I don't drink. So when I do, I want to have fun. By God, cut a rug and shit. Let's get down with it. Don't make me have to go 10 foot tall and bulletproof my tiny little petite self here, because I'll do it. I got my granny in me, and she liked the whiskey. Let's get it on. Fiend, that dude is more than just drunk, sir. He's a fucking little gnat. Let's see. Come on, man. He's like Lauren Matthias a little bit. Like, go away, dude. Go away with your weird analysis. We do need better laws, Rachel. We need way better laws. And when Bonnie gets back to me about her schedule, she's going to shoot me a couple of dates and times here for next week, and we are scheduling that up to help get more of the word out about the law. Let her come explain more of the process to us. Just a good update on what's happening with that case. The whiskey ain't a working no more. Tore up from the floor up, face down in the dirt. I don't know. I don't do the drinking. If I drink, I'm going to want to go to bed. Now, you give me a super ice cold beer in the middle of summer and a beautiful sunset, I might drink that bitch. Maybe not. Depends. If I'm at the racetrack, I don't mind a cold beer. And if I shoot whiskey, I don't really care for a chaser. Ew. Just give it to me straight, man. Make it burn. He tried. He tried. What did he try, Fiend? What did he try? Everybody tried to get to the answers. Nobody has succeeded to this day. Kind of like that Brian Koberger YouTube investigation being conducted.
Counselor, is the Commonwealth ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Before we do that, can I see the sidebar?
Oh, goodness. Massachusetts loves their sidebars, y'all. They're like, sidebar? Yeah, don't go, but no fans. Good God Almighty. They do like their sidebars. All those, I think they were releasing transcripts of all those sidebars at Karen Reed trial, y'all. I haven't dove into any of those. I was like, whatever, right? But I think they did. I tuned into Jolene Lunzer yesterday evening, guys, or last night at some point. Anyway, she was on, and I was making dinner and stuff, I think is when it
Commonwealth, can you
was.
call your
That
next
shit
witness,
was
please?
cracking me up.
Oh, jeez.
Is that something funny in the courtroom? Somebody had a funny?
After we bring the jury in, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your
All right.
All right, here we go. I'll see you guys in chat. Going to get a cold Coke and walking outside for a minute. Rachel, did you see my post in DM to you? I'm going to need you later. We got something to talk about, girl. Like, we need a Discord call. I need to know something about a map. or where something is on the map. And only you can help me, Rachel. Only you. Snake River, Rachel. Snake River. Where's Thorny Creek Road, Rachel?
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
Members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. With that, Commonwealth, you would call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Angela Kraus.
Good morning. Start right here. Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall put to the court and the jury that have now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Why don't you step right here, please? And just have a seat.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, how are
I'm
you?
going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone, please.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Angela Kraus. It's Angela Krause,
And your date of birth, please.
5/1977.
Where do you work?
CVS Pharmacy,
And at which location?
Kingston,
And do you know the address of that location?
189 Summer Street.
And how long have you worked there?
4 years at that location.
And what is your role there?
General manager
How long have you been the general manager?
for CVS,
For CVS, yes.
9 years.
And so the entire time you've worked at that location, those 4 years, you've been the general manager at the Kingston store?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And which shift were you working?
Closing.
Which is what hours?
Say roughly 3 to 11.
So that would be 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention further to 4:48 p.m. Did you receive a phone call while you were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on the CVS line?
Yes.
And do you know that number?
No.
Okay. And where were you when you received that call?
I was in the office
Okay. And what were you doing?
preparing to do cash for the night.
And what does that entail?
Closing out the registers.
Okay. And the call that you received, was that from a male or a female?
Female.
And what, if anything, did she say?
She was inquiring if I carried a product in stock.
And what product was that?
It was like a constipation medicine.
Was it Miralax?
Yes.
And did she specifically ask for something to do with children's Miralax?
Well, I asked for clarification because depending on if she wanted children's or adults, it would be in a different part of the store.
Okay. And when you asked for clarification, was she able to provide clarification?
Yes. She
And what-
said it was for children's.
Okay. And what was your response?
It's located in 2 different places in the store.
And did you give her any specific brand names or anything like that?
I just said that we carried Pedialax, and now it's 13 and 20.
And approximately how long was this conversation?
A few minutes.
During that conversation, did you have any difficulty understanding the woman?
No, ma'am.
Did she appear to have any difficulty understanding you or the questions that you were asking her?
No, ma'am.
And did her voice, did it seem slurred or impaired in any way?
Not at all. It's a very normal interaction.
I was just going to ask, was there anything out of the ordinary about the conversation?
No.
Later that evening, did the police come to the store?
Yes.
And did they request that you pull some surveillance footage for them?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And if I could just have Exhibit 28, the footage, up for a moment. If you could look at the screen here, do you recognize the store? Yes. And is this part of the footage that you provided to police that night?
Yes.
And directing your attention over here to the right, the aisle where the gentleman is standing, all the way to the right of the store. Are you familiar with what was in that aisle in January of 2023?
Yeah, that's our children's aisle.
So that would have things like children's Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any interaction with that gentleman while he was in the store?
No, ma'am.
And did the police also ask you to provide a copy of a receipt for that gentleman's transaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And just showing you Exhibit 26. Is this the receipt that you provided to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
And on here, it says Skittles Wildberry. Would that be Skittles?
Yes.
It also says FLT PDLX LQD GLY for the second item. What does that stand for in CVS?
It's Fleet brand, but then it's going to be Pedialax and then a glycerin suppository.
Okay, so the FLT is for Fleet?
Yes.
And the PDLX is for Pedialax?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further for the witness, thank you.
Mr. Reddington.
I have no questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. May sit
Yes.
down. Thank you.
Please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Soraya Sweeney.
It doesn't make a difference to me.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you stop right here, raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, no matter not pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank
This way,
you.
please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm just going to ask you to keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Yes.
Thank you, Your
Tree
Honor.
Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Saria, Saria. My last name is Sweeney or Shelgren, depending on what year we're in.
So in 2023 was
It
your
was
last...
Sweeney, Sweeny.
And now, what is your last name?
Shelgren, Shelgren.
And what is your date of birth?
9/3/89.
And where do you work?
Currently have two jobs. I work at a doctor's office and I also work at 3V. It's a restaurant in Plymouth.
And how is 3V spelled?
It's spelled out the number 3, THREE, with a V at the end.
And how long have you worked at 3V restaurant?
Since 2019.
And where is it located?
In Cordage Park in Plymouth.
And in 2023, in January of 2023, what was your role at 3V restaurant?
I was a hostess then.
And directing your attention further to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that night?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working?
I work an evening shift. Usually I would arrive between 4:45 and 5 o'clock.
And when would your shift end?
Typically between 8 and 9 o'clock.
And what was your role as a hostess?
Greet patrons, take takeout orders, give takeout orders, seat people, generally help with the running of the restaurant, front end.
And directing your attention to 5:10 p.m., did you receive a call for a takeout order?
Yes,
And was that a male or a female?
as a female.
And did that person place an order?
Yes,
And do you recall what she ordered?
yes.
What was that?
It was a order of risotto and a Mediterranean power bowl.
And the Power Bowl, is that considered a type of salad at 3V?
Yes,
Did you ask any follow-up questions about the order of the salad?
yes.
What did you ask?
We ask if it doesn't automatically come with protein. It's something that we always ask, do you want to add a protein?
Does the Mediterranean Power Bowl automatically come with protein?
No, it does not.
So did you ask the woman if she wanted protein?
Yes.
And what was her response?
No, thank you.
And did she also give you the name and phone number of the person who would be picking up the order?
Yes.
And is that something that you enter into the system as you're entering the order?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble understanding the woman?
No.
Did she appear to have any trouble understanding you or the questions you were asking her?
No.
Did her voice sound slurred or impaired in any way?
No.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about this interaction?
No.
Directing your attention to 5:54 p.m. was the order picked up?
Yes.
And was it picked up by a male or a female?
A male.
If we could pull up Exhibit 30 footage. And are you depicted in the video here?
Yes.
And where are you?
I'm standing behind the host stand.
And so for the record, the hostess stand or the host stand is in the upper left-hand corner?
Yeah,
of the
it's
video?
that black stand. It has a wooden frame around the top.
So am I pointing to the right area?
Yes.
In the upper left corner?
Yes.
You could play that for a moment. And if you could pause it, please. So we're at 5:54:19 p.m. You see the individual who picked up the order.
Yes.
And which individual is that?
The man in the dark jacket that entered last.
And is he the person behind the couple at the host stand?
Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 31. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is one of our printouts that comes with orders. We attach those to the bags for takeout and have a copy for ourselves as well.
And displaying it. Okay. Here. Here in the line where it says Patrick and then a phone number, is that where you would enter in what the person calling gives you for the information of the person picking up the order?
Yes.
Was there anything out of the ordinary about your interaction with that gentleman?
No.
I have no further questions.
Attorney Reddington.
No questions, thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you.
What's your stuff?
All right, counsel, could I see you at this time? Thanks, scheduling.
Hey guys, I was outside. I'm not having humidity today, and it is overcast and breezy in my neck of the woods in Florida, and I'm absolutely enjoying it. I had to go touch grass. Fiend got on my nerves a little tiny bit there. I had to touch Jesus for a moment, Fiend.
All right. Well, members of the jury, remember I said today was going to be full of a couple of starts and stops. This is going to be
A
one of those
jet they
stops.
brought on.
All right. So
Oops,
we're
hold
going to
on.
do. I'm going to excuse you till 2
They
o'clock.
did bring in a
All right. Then we're going to come back.
CVS
We're going to
manager and a
resume.
3B employee.
I
That's it.
believe with the Commonwealth's case. So we're going to be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. All right.
I can barely hear that, guys. What the hell's happening? I gotta take this headset off because I can't hear shit. Yeah, don't worry about it, Fiend. Don't worry about it. It ain't no fucking secret, but don't you be worrying about it. Coming to you live today, folks, from the coast of somewhere beautiful. Court is
We're going
not
to be in
break until
recess on
2
this matter till
p.m.
2 o'clock. I want to remind
Well,
everyone
well,
of the
well.
media order regarding not videotaping or broadcasting from the courtroom
Semi.
or inside the courthouse. So I just kind of wanted to
Feral friend,
reiterate that.
meet my other
All right?
feral
So,
friend.
with that, we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All right, guys, let me it says they're coming back in at 2 p.m. Rachel. So what time is that for me? Let me pull up my hold on. Just 1 second, guys. Give me a moment. I do not have a little producer girl or nothing like that. It's just me up here all by my lonesome. And the help of the assistance of my mod team keeping me on track. The older gentleman is her lawyer. Reddington is his name. Last name is Reddington. We went over a little bit about his background here. We like to know backgrounds on stuff. No, Simi, you're you're a little bit of a different. Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm doing something real quick. Okay. So it is 11 a.m. Central here. They're going to be out until about 1 Central. No, I wasn't doing something on Discord, dude. And if I was, so what? So what? If I was, it was talking to my mod, my feral friend. You might need to be concerned. We do, Forrest. So we're going to look at something and review something. I'm wondering, I hate to mix it into this stream though, you know what I mean? But we need to do something. I can shut it all down and come back if I need it, but I don't know, a lot of work. Not really, but who knows? What with the attorney for us? Yeah, Reddington. We've only got to see him on day one, so day two is here. So far, we were impressed. 2 p.m. real time, 1 p.m. my time. I'm only on my time, fiend. I don't do clocks and calendars. Y'all go figure out your own time zone. I'm not your gatekeeper. 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 p.m. Eastern. What it is for the rest of you, I have no clue. Kind of do, but kind of don't. All right. Let me. I'm going to go be nosy over on the twits for a moment. Our friend Delphi Docs has some new information uploaded, I see. Lauren Conlon asked, are we ever going to get through this Clancy trial? How many breaks and scheduling announcements are needed? It's Massachusetts, girlfriend. We don't know anymore. What's going on here? Oh, is that a I don't know what's going on there. We're gonna just scroll. Sorry, guys. I was reading something, trying to figure it out. I am so sorry. Um, I was looking for something. Uh, oh God. Oh shit. What is this? Is that's gotta be fake? Damn, people are so people are wild, y'all. I can't. That is too much. I'm a little embarrassed to even show that, but I'm gonna show it. Fuck. This dude on this dude has got a wild account. I don't know what he's doing here, and I mean I know why he's doing it. Dude, that's not her. What the hell is that even about? Oh my god. I don't have any notifications on. I don't need to be notified about shit. I'll go look when I'm ready. Oh goodness. We still wreaking havoc out there, criminal network? People who weren't familiar with you before this are fucking around and finding out, aren't they? Every day and twice on Sunday. Because old boy don't hold back. Tonight, a formal notice was served on Alex Zabel Jr., also known as Criminal Network. He was publicly described as a cease and desist. He has publicly described it as a cease and desist, while again referring to me as a terrorist and invoking 9/11. Good Lord, boys, what are y'all doing out there? We thought the Real Housewives of YouTube was a shit show to be watched. This one is quite weird. And people are noticing the criminal network dropped a video about the Guthrie case, and they're like wanting people to notice how he used media footage. And I'm like, y'all familiar with his Delphi playlist much? Because dude had some pretty impressive videos. I will give him that. All based on public information. Doesn't mean I care for what he's out there doing, but yeah, y'all need to educate yourselves a little bit. Just a little tiny bit. That's all you got to do. Another missing person in Maricopa County. Well, good luck finding her. We pray that it happens. Okay, I was looking for something specific and now I've got lost in the scroll. Little handwritten notesy notes today. Okay, let's read this. I got this saved. All right, let's do that. Let's get that on down. Let's just do that because it's making the way around the. And it's something about, again, like I said, some of us have known about for a really long time. And it is not good. So this article came out. Some of us were already aware of the docket. We knew. Carrie Rawson is the daughter of BTK, serial killer. Carrie Rawson had a very large presence on Twitter and other social medias for a very long time. She was advocating for victims, trying to help dig into her father's crimes, all the things. There was something about her that was always off putting, but Twitter seemed to love her and embrace her. So I watched from afar. I only interacted a couple of times, they weren't pleasant. I didn't know what to make of it. I just put it in a little box and left it there and just let old girl be her. But there was a lot going on in the background. Also seemed to be a lot of manipulation happening. But I couldn't put my finger on any of it. So let me get the article pulled up. And I know for some people it's quite shocking, but for some of us, we knew. Just kind of left it alone. BTK killer Dennis Rader's daughter hit with domestic violence accusation, losing custody of her kids after claiming they had been shot. A lot of us saw this unfolding on Twitter in real time, that there was a breakdown occurring. It appeared to be a breakdown was occurring. It was even suggested to her to get off of social media for a while. Carrie Rawson, daughter of BTK serial killer Dennis Rader, is one of America's most recognizable advocates for abuse victims, with a best-selling book and frequent appearances on TV. Now, again, could you imagine learning as an adult woman that your father was this and that and did all that while living in your home as a normal human being, or allegedly normal? She's said things that were always red flags, and now that she looks back, she sees, oh my God, those were red flags. All right. A Florida petition for a restraining order filed by her husband, Darian Rawson, 48, alleged a series of terrifying incidents which left him fearing for safety of both himself and their children. With him writing, Carrie, also 48, had expressed statements multiple times that her kids are in immediate danger. She would talk about that danger or allude to danger on Twitter, but never named her children. As a result of the petition, which was granted by a judge, Rawson lost custody of her two teenagers for repeatedly warning they were going to be murdered. She looks a lot like her dad. It's a photo of Carrie, her father, and her husband at the time. He's divorced her. We've known about that for quite a while too. The petition alleges that on January 5th, 2025, Carrie had summoned Darian to a police station in Altamonte Springs, close to where she lived, where she allegedly told him she had psychic powers and had detected that the kids were in immediate danger and would be murdered that morning. It came less than 2 years after the couple had divorced, following almost 20 years of marriage. The filing further claims Carrie warned police were coming to harm them. The police were coming? And then later placed a frantic 911 call saying shots had been fired and 3 people were deceased, referring to her children and their father. Oh my gosh. Despite officers who responded to the call finding everyone safe. Rawson advised dispatch there were approximately 3 to 4 active shooters at the apartments and 3 people down. Police were able to locate Carrie at Orlando International Airport and transported her to a local hospital where she voluntarily admitted herself in a hospital in Orange County. I knew about that too. The petition also says she was taken into custody under Florida's Baker Act for a mental health evaluation, a 3-day hold in Florida. An incident report obtained by the Post showed police described Carrie as an individual known to make inaccurate and fabricated statements about incidents that did not actually occur due to mental health issues. A Florida judge granted a domestic violence injunction for protection until further orders following a hearing, and there have been no further updates. According to the court records, there's no expiration date currently on the order to protect the children. The order awards Darian temporary full custody of the couple's 2 teen children and limited Rawson to electronic communication with them. It is also prohibited from her going near their home, school, or having any contact with their family pets. Pets got to be safe too. The following month, Darian reported to police that Carrie had violated the no contact order and made several calls to him on February 4th last year, records show. Darian did not return the Post's calls for comment. In one voicemail, Carrie allegedly asked for money, according to the offense report. They won't let us view the documents. I tried. In another, she was asking about the children and makes reference to the protection order being in place and said, I don't mean to break it with the phone call. Wait. I don't mean to break it with phone calling. I'm just trying to understand some things that have happened in the last month, police alleged. According to the report, Carrie also sent a Facebook message to a family member in which she talks incoherently and starts saying that she has to go undercover. She talked about going undercover all the time on X. It was very concerning behavior. Carrie also stated, now I'm being told my kids are deceased and have been since 1 through 5. I tried to warn my family and went into PTSD mode to grisly protect them, the report claimed. Darian is so worried that Carrie has had a break from reality. Carrie could not be reached for comment, has not spoken about the incidents publicly, but did allude to going through a tough time and sought donations in a Facebook post last February. Yes, she did. She was actually always looking for donations for her undercover work. Always. It's been a brutal few months on top of everything else, she wrote. If you are able to help, please give support. And again, people all over Twitter were falling all over her. Well, I was a little weirded out. The post linked to a GoFundMe page which stated Carrie had been hospitalized, with the organizers describing as long COVID related health issues. They said medical bills left her without stable housing, and the campaign eventually raised nearly $9,500. Later that month, Carrie's landlord launched legal proceedings to evict her over alleged failure to pay rent for January through February of that year, according to the court records obtained by the Post. You are a weird one, sir. No, you're not even that's not even the right word to describe Dennis Rader. Weird is not. No, my bad. A judge granted the order in March, and Carrie was evicted from the property, the filing shows. The revelations stand in stark contrast to Carrie's public profile. Her father was unmasked as the notorious BTK killer, which stands for bind, torture, kill, and arrested in 2005 when Carrie was around 27. Rader had terrorized the Wichita, Kansas area, murdering 10 people, including 2 children, the Ortega family, or was that their name? Otera, between 74 and 91. He did it all while married and being a father of 2 who worked as a code compliance officer and was a Cub Scout leader and a higher up in the Christ Lutheran Church. Since his conviction, Carey has become a best-selling author, frequent media commentator, crime con speaker, and outspoken advocate for victims of violent crime and domestic abuse. What's in my past is what it is. It can't be changed. Dad murdered 10 people and devastated countless lives, she wrote in her book, A Serial Killer's Daughter. Yet on these days, I'm not wrestling with the hard, terrible truths. I will tell you, I love my dad, the one I mainly knew. I miss him. Okay. I got the hiccups, sorry. She most recently appeared in Netflix documentary My Father, the BTK Killer, which premiered in October of 2025. Just a few months earlier, she was also given an interview on Peacock's documentary series The Gilgo Beach Killer, House of Secrets. My father lived a double life, Carey told the filmmakers. He was hiding in plain sight for 31 years. For decades, Rader's murders baffled investigators who initially failed to link many of his slayings. Craving the spotlight, Rader had mailed cryptic letters to local media. He did what? No, you don't say. He mailed letters to the media? How dare he? How dare he do that? We don't believe that shit in America. That doesn't happen. Allegedly. Rader had mailed cryptic letters to a local media revealing gruesome details from the crime scenes, taunting detectives and keeping the entire community on edge as fears mounted. He would kill again until 1979 when it stopped. However, he did not stop killing and later confessed 3 more murders between 1985 and 1991. His victims. If I can get my shit to work right here. Hold on, my bad. Joseph Otera, Julie Otera, Catherine Bright, Shirley Van, Nancy Fox, Maureen Hedge, Vicky Wegery, and Dolores Davis. Some of his victims, they didn't include the Otera's children. Mr. Otera wasn't supposed to be home. He was a surprise, kind of like Ethan Chapin was. Rader's victims include Joseph Otera and his wife Julie Otera, Catherine, Shirley, Nancy, and Maureen Hedge, Vicky, and Dolores. After years of silence, Rader resumed contacting the media in 2004 in search of recognition for his crimes. Identifying himself as the BTK killer. He asked police whether a floppy disk could be traced. They publicly replied that it could not, and he mailed one in. Huh. I wonder what Savannah's last video that nobody wants to talk about really meant. Let's peel back the layers and go get out of the weeds. Investigators were able to recover metadata from the disk, linking it to Christ Lutheran Church. They lied to you, Bubba. Where Rader was church council president, and to a computer used by Dennis. That evidence combined with DNA from Carey, they went into her medical records and got her DNA. Oh, what they did? What? Yeah, they sure did. And they knocked on her door later and said, "Hey, guess what? Your daddy's a serial killer. Did you know?" DNA from Carey confirmed he was the BTK killer and ultimately led to his arrest. They obtained Carey's DNA through medical records. I think it was the gynecologist, to be exact. My dad is a chameleon. You'd not think anything of him if you meet him under everyday circumstances. He underwhelms, Carrie wrote in December 2020. Ah, really? Really? Because so do you. I'm just sharing my opinion and my observation over a long period of time, years actually, of observation. He also extremely deadly when he decided to be. Oh damn, he was that. He can turn it on and off like a switch. I and my immediate family only saw mere flashes. If we had seen more, we'd be dead. He also has the capacity to love, guide, and protect. No, he's not rehabable, and he pathological lies like he breathes. Oh man, apples and all. Still, I know a good man also, and it wasn't just a mirror or acting. I love him and I miss him every damn moment, even though he's still alive. It's very complicated. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know what's going on there psychologically, guys, but Carrie just needs to get herself some help for her and her children's sake, right? They don't need to be roped into a lot of stuff there. Hey, Happy, welcome in. Real happy you're here. Greer's Garden, welcome in. Do you grow? What do you grow? Do you grow stuff? Does anyone know what time they'll be back? Yes, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, and right now it's 11:22 Central Standard Time. So we're just hanging out for a moment. She wasn't taking care of herself properly, Rachel, through the whole thing. I watched it all unfold for years. I just started observing one day. Everybody was falling all over this on Twitter and supporting the victim advocacy, and something felt off to me. And I didn't wanted to make sure it just wasn't me, because usually it is. It takes folks a long time to get where I already am, and I know that. So yeah, a lot of folks out there try to help, right? Hey Vixie, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing, old friend? It's been a minute. No, she didn't never deal with her trauma. She brought it to the streets and thought that would help. And maybe it does for some people. But those people, I don't think, already had underlying psychological problems. I'm talking directly about family members who come to YouTube to unpack their trauma. Carrie was different to me. Have I always telling y'all to be safe on them YouTube streets? Watch for red flags. Notice when you might be being manipulated. Take everything with a grain of salt the minute you see it, and give it some time and evaluate it. Because we're so easy to jump, right? We're sitting on jump half the time. And I think sometimes, especially in this space anymore, it is time to slow the roll. Because my God, we get in the weeds so much we can hardly get a click and a view on anything that's not weeds, right? You want me to do a social experiment tonight and throw up a crazy ass thumbnail and take somebody to school with my mouth and see how many views I get compared to this? You want me to do it? I can pull up stats right now and show you how that works on my stats alone. I know what gets me the clicks and views, but I'm not out here doing it every day. And I don't do it for clicks and views. I'll take you to school when I feel like I need to, but not just for the fun of it every day, because that's no fun to me. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy it one bit. And you're going to get the freaking snark, and you're going to get told the business, and I'm going to put that shit down and go outside and touch me some grass. That's what I'm going to do, because y'all ain't taking up my headspace and stealing my joy, you damn energy vampires. Good luck with that. Good luck trying to steal my joy. You might activate me for a minute and I got to pop off about it, but then I'm going to go on about my business. Watch me. Roll that shit right off my shoulder. Who are you, you little gnat? Go away. little prick in my side kind of thing. Y'all, why are we seeing Halloween shit in the stores already? Stop it, America. Demand it. Write letters, send emails, walk in wearing big signs saying, "We're not gonna take it." You're forcing me. Y'all been doing this for decades as well. Forcing holidays down our throats like that's all that matters in life. It's Jesus' birthday at Christmas and all. He has risen on Easter. We've lost our way in this country. I'm all for a good Halloween night at Halloween, not in the fucking middle of summer. I'm trying to enjoy my summer. Y'all trying to force old man winter down my throat already. Stop it. We're not going to take it. I did not like seeing that when I walked into my local Dollar General to get something for my headache. I'm like, oh my God, Halloween shit already. Yeah, I'm taking on the industry trying to force me to want to shop in the middle of the night on Thanksgiving. Shit, I'm tired and full. I ain't got time for all that shopping, man. Good God, I'm not fighting them. Them ladies will tear my head off if I reach for what they're trying to reach for. No, thank you. I'm not dying for somebody a gift. Fuck, I'm the gift. Oh my God. Jesus, can we keep it simple, man? Can we get back to life, back to reality? No? Do we all need mental health help? Oh, folks doing fundraisers for their own legal purposes. I hear you. Alan Jackson says it's expensive and we are doomed if we don't. I just find it a little odd. What? Oh, Shaboogies, where are you? Huh. Hold on, y'all. I gotta investigate this for a moment. Stand by. Oh, oh, girl. We need to have a conversation. Hold up. Hold up. Y'all might be onto something, and I might. Hold on. I love a good armchair sleuth. Okay. Oh, shit. Whoa, the fuck. Hold the Oh, my God. I don't even know what to say at the moment. I'm a little. Good Lord, I gotta get off the social medias. Who is this guy? Okay. Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm gonna bring up the screen. I'm just trolling. I don't know what any of this means yet. I kind of sort of know, but kind of don't. I'm scared. I'm scared to look at the moment. Uh, who are you, guy? Who are you? essay of children under 9 with reported ties to Delphi, Indiana, and California. Interesting since there may be a tie to that other guy. Okay. Songview database lists Brownie's Brown Music Publishing as the publisher for works credit to Alexander Zabel. The publisher contact is listed as Brad Brown in Delphi, Indiana. Um, Jesus Christ. Um, damn it, man. CH, I just got questions, and I'm gonna have to focus on that tonight, I guess. Some things, I was clocking things for a couple years, just trying to evaluate, be open minded, not go all in and hate somebody, just evaluate and watch from afar and appreciate their work from time to time. But I already had major questions. And somebody almost screwed that up on my live stream one time because they didn't fucking know any better and can't leave well enough alone and let my chat just roll when I say let it roll. Because I got this. But okay, we'll get back to that later. Y'all be safe on them YouTube streets. I actually might know what I'm talking about after all, from time to time. All right. I don't know what to do, guys. What do y'all want to talk about? What do y'all want to do, look at, and see? We're on a break until 1 p.m. Central. Should we come back? I'm not really hungry or anything. I don't need to get up and do anything. It's up to you guys. It's interesting, Rachel. Especially if you go. Never mind. We'll do that later. I don't need to be on certain people's radars. I just don't, because it won't end well for nobody. The reason I wear this avatar to this day is because of Delphi, Indiana. And it will remain that way. For anybody who don't like it, I'm sorry. It's not that I'm ashamed of the way I look or any of that nonsense. Get it out of your head, weed ladies. Real housewives of YouTube, stop it. You might want to grow up a minute. Quit all that. Quit all that nonsense. And stand firm in your convictions, by the way. Don't be wishy washy and flip flop that shit like the wind. We don't need none of that either. Not a good look. We're still on break, guys, of course. I do have other things I want to show y'all. I just don't know how much I want to get into it. Because actually, big piece of it, I want it to be in a whole other episode. I just don't want to really. Hey, if y'all choose Halloween decor for yourself, go for it. I don't care if you have your house Halloween all year or Christmas all year. Ain't y'all heard some of them women in the South will stand barefoot with a baby on their hip and the Christmas lights up all year long? Do you, boo? I don't need to see it in the store in the middle of summer. I just don't need it. I don't need it in my life. They're trying to rob my summer as usual. People start bitching. Oh my God, it's hot. We want sweater weather and pumpkin spice. Okay, icky. I can chill with the fire. Maybe a pumpkin spice latte occasionally, but I don't need the winter all winter. It's depressing. That's when I become depressed. I have the seasonal depression. I got the seasonal depression. But I like to go within in the winter and do a lot of self work. This past winter was really off kilter for me, so I got some serious work to do. In the summer, I'm an air sign, so I'm airy and just happy go lucky and love everything. Well, almost everything. In the winter, I go within and evaluate the past year. What can I do better? What was my part in this bullshit? Can I change? Oh, yeah, they're a red flag. They're out of my life now. Those kinds of things. It's called work, guys. Oh, no, there's a bunch of there's a bunch of people acting like mean girls and mean boys. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know what's wrong with these people. I have my guesses, but that's just a guess, right? I don't know what's going on anymore. And why the need to, be so strong. Yeah, there's just a lot of strong opinions, and without getting all the information, there's a lot of misinformation that goes out. There's weird shit happening everywhere. I just, you know, you get it on Timu, right, Vixie? Some people love to decorate with that. You want to review the Nanos interview while we wait? That's a good idea, Rachel, because it's not going to mix into our Coburger stuff. And hear him talk about Cash Patel and how Cash got misinformation. Cash, you're the FBI director, sir. How are you receiving misinformation from your boots on the ground task force agents? Huh? Well, wait. To be fair, because we try to be, there are a lot of FBI sources talking to the media. Keep that in mind, guys, while we go all in on this Sheriff Nanos of it all and his refusal to do interviews. What about you, FBI? Knocking at your door. As always, I'm right here. Knock. Do I need a TUI request? I don't think I can get one, but I'll try. Knock. FBI. Fucking knock. Okay, let me find the interview. I think you sources need to calm down just a moment and quit looking for your 5 minutes of fame or whatever you're doing, or all the media personalities making it up that they have an FBI source. Which one is it? FBI is running amok and acting all feral in the streets, or all the media lies about having an FBI source? Asking for myself, not a friend. Asking for me and all my friends, actually. How about that? We're doing that these days. We're going to ask for me and all my friends. I'm grabbing the video, Rachel, as I'm talking. Oh, we could watch. Okay. Oh, don't be talking about that genealogy they're looking at, sir. What? How can they when they don't have DNA results back yet, sir? What are you talking about, Nanos? You got some. Y'all trying to pull a tree off of a glove? Is that what we're doing? Some of them gloves we found, are we trying to pull a DNA family tree profile off of some DNA found irrelevant to the crime scene? Is that what we're doing? What are you talking about? I'd go let my dogs in, guys. So I'm going to let this start. Nanos. All right, guys. Y'all know who he's. Nanos is Nanos. Take him with a grain of salt, but try to listen to what he says. You can pick out his lies. You can pick out his inaccuracies in the shade. And what do y'all think? Don't go, oh my God, it's just Nanos, right? And tune out. Let's pay attention.
Investigation. Thanks so much.
Again, this is a 17-year-old young man out of Canada. Wyatt Sharp is his name. Sir, you are a fantastic young man with your professionalism here. And he landed an interview with Sheriff Nanos. Even Brian Enton's doing a video. It's like, man, I can't even get this interview. Shout out to this 17-year-old boy.
For joining us, sir. I know how busy you are, and so really appreciate it.
Not a problem.
I just kind of want to start out, obviously, with a generic question, and that is this Saturday marks the 6-month mark into this investigation, August the 1st. Are we any closer to figuring out kind of the main suspects here, or just getting, closer to finding out what the state of this investigation could potentially become, and how frustrating is it to, be this far into the investigation and seemingly not having the answers that you're looking for?
So that's more than one question. So let me back you up. One, are we closer? I think every day we're closer only because we have a lot of work ahead of us in terms of lab work, scientific work with DNA, working with not just our lab or the FBI lab, but labs across the country. All of these labs work together. They're sharing information. They're trying their best to find a way to get the science to work, to put together a variety of different pieces of DNA evidence to come up with a suspect. That process, just last week we had a trial here where an individual was convicted of a homicide. It was a gruesome homicide in a very remote area of Pima County. And in less than 24 hours, we had 3 arrests made. The case was solved, and he's been prosecuted and convicted. But those kinds of cases are rare. I mean, we're a very large metropolitan area, and we have over 1 million people, 7th largest county, and this agency's team, our homicide team, works hard every day. And they were able to put together a case that quick. However, we also have what we know as our cold case unit. And cold case teams are all across the country for a reason. It's because we don't let cases just go cold and not continue to work them. The question was asked of me, is this case cold? It is not cold. We have a lot of evidence that, like I say, our scientific labs are working. There's video evidence that we continue to work with, not just labs, but also some private corporations who have graciously given their time to help look at some of the video evidence and see if we can't piece things together.
Right.
And of course, there's literally thousands of tips that come in. Certainly, they're not coming in at the rate they were initially, but we still get them. In fact, I was just on an email with someone from Ireland who had a tip.
Okay.
All of these things are sent to the Guthrie Task Force, which consists of several of my detectives and several local FBI agents. So, yeah, I get the frustration.
Right.
But it's not so much my frustration as it is the community. And I understand that the community wants to know everything. This isn't TV. This is real life.
Of course.
In an hour's time, there's not a commercial break and we've got it solved.
Yeah.
We continue to work this case every day and we work it hard. And so I feel confident that it's moving along, that we'll get some resolution. But unfortunately, those things just sometimes take time.
You mentioned the cold cases unit and the amount of leads that you've been receiving and how they have slowed down a little bit from the beginning of the investigation. Sure. I want to kind of follow up on that and just ask you, I know it's hard for you to quantify that, but to what extent are you willing to say that they have slowed to a trickle? They have slowed down, and has that made it perhaps harder to kind of get to a good quality lead? Or if you have fewer, does that perhaps mean they are of greater quality?
No, I think that, like any crime, you first get it, you put it out there, everybody's attentive and they're calling in and they're giving you tips. But as time goes on, those tips do shrink. The volume lessens. And I don't think it's because there's apathy or we just don't know. I think it's because people have given us their information and they're moving on. Those tips, because I got a tip on February 2nd and we couldn't make heads or tails out of it, doesn't mean it's just dismissed.
Right.
It's something that's cataloged and put aside. And as other tips come in, they're compared with one another. Maybe we've got a piece of evidence that can relate back to a tip. Cell phone downloads might get us something. There's all kinds of information on this case. And when the public slows down their calls, I don't think it's because they don't care. I think it's they've answered us. I think we had a plea from Savannah yesterday, and we share those sentiments. Somebody out there knows something. We know that. We want that person to call us. And so we continuously say, if you know something, call the FBI hotline, call the Sheriff's Department tips line. but call.
Yeah. You mentioned Savannah. Have you spoken to her recently? She released that video yesterday, and I think a lot of people are probably wondering what the status is of the relationship between your office and the family.
Well, our relationship is a good relationship. I mean, these are tough times. But no, I've not spoken with Savannah recently. She has my contact number, as you and the rest of the world seems to have. But she's very gracious, and she doesn't need to contact the sheriff. She needs a team that she's very well aware of that works with her, and she's in contact with them at any moment of day, any time of day that she needs to.
You also mentioned,
as is the rest of the family.
of course, you also mentioned the task force in one of your previous answers. Can you tell us kind of the status of that task force? How many members from the FBI? How many members from your office? And kind of how that has contributed to the investigation?
Well, so there's a core task force here. The FBI has task force all across the country.
Right.
We've been a member of their task force, a violent crime task force, for decades. This task force for the Guthrie case consists of a handful of detectives from my agency and a sergeant lieutenant and the chain of command, as well as several agents here locally. That task force, that core group, works together, and as information comes in, it may be something that requires attention from, say, Washington. Maybe it's, hey, this piece of digital evidence, we know that you guys have a team that's good at that. Can you send it out? And they'll send it there. Just as there may be some local pieces of information that the FBI here says, hey, we need to go and find this person and interview them. So it does this in terms of its growth in that. But the core membership has been there from day one, and they continue to meet daily.
Just for kind of a direct comparison from the beginning of the investigation, has it grown or shrunk again from the beginning period?
Oh, I think day one, it was the task force, the FBI Violent Crime Task Force, which we're a member of, right there at the scene. The membership were there. Our team was there. There's a lot was said from, I guess, Director Patel about how we delayed contacting them. I just think he's misinformed and doesn't understand that that evening when this event was actually the afternoon of the first one, we first learned of it.
Yeah.
Our detectives were called in after our search and rescue team recognized what they had, contacted our investigative teams. They immediately contacted the Violent Crime Task Force, and their representatives were there. They processed that scene early the next day, the very next day, within hours of that scene processing. I held a press conference. I think everybody has video of it, where myself and the special agent in charge from Phoenix and the agent in charge from Tucson are right there on stage with me to answer any questions. So the concept or the representation that the FBI was held off and boy, we wish we'd have been there early on, that's just not even accurate. They were there day one, just as my team was.
Just to follow up on that, because you're referencing Kash Patel's appearance on Fox News, where he had said that if the FBI had been brought in earlier, there could have been more video discovered. I'm wondering kind of more directly what your response is to that and what the status of your relationship is with specifically the FBI director.
Well, I don't know the FBI director, never met him. So my relationship is what we see or hear as you do on the news. But that's fine. He's a busy man. He's got a big job, just as I do. What's more important is what is my relationship, and more important than that, my team's relationship with the local FBI office here that we work with every day on all kinds of cases. It's a great relationship. Look, Director Patel, he has information flow to him from across the world, probably. Just as I get information, I've got 1,500 employees, and it gets up to me. Sometimes that information is filtered. It's not with any kind of intent, ill intent or anything. It just happens. So I think that Kash, Director Patel, heard information early on that just was inaccurate, and he certainly doesn't owe me an explanation or a question or anything. He's the director of the FBI. But when the information is put out there that's not accurate, I think it helps, it hurts the case. And so individuals like yourself to come out and ask for accurate information from me, I never have a problem answering.
And we appreciate you doing so. I want to switch gears a little bit to some of the physical evidence, and I know you're going to be limited as to what you can say on this front. There's been a report that the back door and the back gate were propped open, reportedly with flower pots. Was that true? And if so, was that done for the intruder to make some kind of a faster exit?
So, again, a couple of questions there. First of all, you're right. I can't talk to the scene or what's there. I know that's frustrating for everybody. I try to be
It's understandable, I will say,
with my media as I can and my community, but we do have to protect some of the integrity of the investigation. If that was the case, or why that happened, or anything, that's all speculative, and we don't get into that. We investigate it, gather all the facts, put together a team, and try to work it from there.
There's also been, again, I know you might have the same answer here, but just in terms of the blood patterns, both inside and outside of the house, not necessarily am I asking you to confirm where the blood was, because I know you probably can't get into that, but did the location of the blood help your investigation in determining perhaps, where she was taken to, or again, just anything that you can tell us there?
Again, I'm sorry. Why?
It's okay.
I'm not going to talk about the actual scene or anything of any of the location of evidence that was obtained. Again, my apologies, but I just
No
can't.
problem. No problem. Again, very understandable. 5 months ago with Elizabeth Vargas, you had said, and this is kind of, I think, it's the uncomfortable and unfortunate question but I think it has to be asked. And that was, again, 5 months ago with Elizabeth Vargas on News Nation. You said you believe that Nancy Guthrie was still alive. I haven't seen you, directly answer that recently. Can you tell us kind of what your analysis would be on that front right now?
It's a question that I'm asked often. And I guess my answer to you would simply be this. I understand why people would say she's dead.
Yeah.
I get that. But where's the benefit in my believing she's dead when there's no proof of her death in front of me? I understand the investigation, all the thoughts of her whereabouts. Everybody has a right to have an opinion and voice it. But as the sheriff of Pima County, as the head of the law enforcement here in this community, what is the benefit of the sheriff saying she's dead?
Yeah, of course.
If the family believes that there's hope, that there's some chance that she might still be with us, why should I crush that hope?
Right.
There's no evidence to show it. Trust me, if we find something that indicates a burial site or something of that nature, absolutely, we're going to share that. That's critical. But we're going to share it with the family. And so my personal beliefs, really, that's what they are. I believe that I'm going to support the Guthrie family every way possible. And if they believe she's alive, so do I.
That's so weird to say. I believe I'll do this and that. I believe I will, sir. You stop. Just leave. Don't even talk about the family. Stop it. Stop it.
In terms of some of the DNA, standard DNA testing, obviously it varies in terms of how long it takes. You said recently, though, that you still have a lot of DNA to go through and kind of assess the validity of it, if you will. Is the holdup now that it is forensic familial genealogy and you're kind of trying to, tick them off in kind of a family tree type setting to eliminate members of the family? Or I know you've said to an extent that all of them have been cleared, but the way that the Golden State Killer case was worked, for example, is there any comparisons from this case to that one?
So the DNA, first of all, I am no expert. In DNA, when I started 20 years ago, it was just breaking out. My team is way above me in discussing that with me.
Right.
They just don't get it and they understand it, and that makes me feel pretty comfortable in knowing the right people are working this case. But more important than just my investigators, it is the lab. Those are the scientists, and they have rules, just like courts. We have rules and procedures and policies we have to follow to keep the investigation credible.
Of course.
Labs are no different. They have their rules of science that they have to go through. So I think what you were asking is, are we at familial type of DNA, not just our genetic DNA?
Yeah.
Are we doing something to find, maybe it's the second cousin that,
Yeah.
what I would tell you is both. We're doing all of it. And
Okay.
that's
Cousins and stuff. What are we doing, Nanos? What's the FBI doing right now? Huh. Wonder if he's just telling cute stories he heard on the streets or if he's talking about something specific. Because I'm clocking the IGG situation in the Nancy Guthrie case and do not think that I'm not.
really the labs are doing it all. They're looking at genealogy, but they're also looking at specific pieces of evidence that they're hoping to get enough codi to say, this is who we're looking at.
And again, to your earlier comment about how you do still have a lot of DNA to progress through, are you able to quantify that at all as to how long it might take to get through the DNA that investigators and those on the scene have pulled?
Not really, not me. The labs may, but I think the labs, this science is so fast, all science, today's world, so fast moving.
Of course.
And they are looking at some pretty cool stuff out there, if you will, about DNA and how it can be used, not in just these cases, but in other scientific genealogy cases. So they're careful, as they should be. Absolutely nobody wants to arrest the wrong person. And so we have those,
Oh, yes. IGG gonna rear its little ugly head over here in this case anytime soon. Y'all are well aware of the legal implications about what you're doing right now. That's why it's hush hush. Ask the Brian Koberger case. Active investigation using genetic genealogy on an object found where? And its relevance to the crime scene was what? It matters no matter where I sit with this case and how bad I want Porch Guy's wicked little ass caught. The Constitution comes first.
with parameters that say, here's the guidelines. And we have to trust our labs to know those guidelines and not to push them, to allow them to do their job and come back to us. And
Author knows about those guidelines. Go ask them. What happened when they hit a brick wall with that IGG they were conducting in the legal databases? What happened when they couldn't do it anymore? FBI stepped in and took over and got to Brian Koberger.
say, we think we're here and we need to be over here.
Right.
Can you do this for us? Can you get us this? Is there any chance of this? It's probably more complex than we want to get into, but I'll say this. The communication with our labs is ongoing. It's daily. They know the technology. They know that, for example, a lab in Kansas might be on the verge of something new, groundbreaking over here, where there's a lab in LA that's on the groundbreaking. They're just working the case as a priority, and they're working it nationwide.
There was a reporter who recently read one of the notes, ransom notes that was on the record, and it referenced something to the effect of outside of Tucson. Setting aside the notes, obviously, the side that the FBI is handling, do you believe the person responsible for this could still very well be in the Tucson area?
Oh, absolutely. Could be. Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
We constantly talk about, we've got the same information you have that the cartels took her, or somebody in New York has her, or where we hear that. I think that the key for you to understand there is all of this information that's out there, we take it all very seriously.
Yeah.
And we have to. And we investigate every single lead until we can't follow it any further, or until we can. And this adds to the frustration.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk of ransom notes, look at the number of ransom notes that have come in and led to arrest for fraud, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame, but that people want to do that, to take advantage of or try to take advantage of a system. And it's also a shame that we have to stop what we're doing to try to figure out what this is about.
Yeah.
But it's part of it. It really is. And so every time somebody calls in with a ransom note, they need to know we're going to investigate it to its fullest. And should we find you, you will be charged and held accountable. I think a young man in California recently got sentenced 10 years or something like that. Just look, don't do that.
Yeah,
if I had anything to tell you, don't put yourself at risk there. We are working this very closely. We know the ransom notes that exist. We hand them to the FBI. They're experts in that field, and we keep up with what's going on there. But yeah, every note is taken extremely serious.
There was the tip that came in a little while ago about Nogales and Sonora in Mexico. I know you've commented on it before, but do you think there should have been perhaps a bigger or earlier effort to coordinate with the Mexican authorities?
Well, I don't know what earlier on was, or what you talk about coordination. We work here on the southern Arizona border. In fact, Pima County has the largest shared border with Mexico than any county in the nation, 126 miles. We have, not just with the FBI, but with DEA and ICE and others, task force members all across this county. And so we know when crimes occur that, yes, there's a chance that it may, somebody may try to get into Mexico, or we use our federal partners because who has those relationships? Typically DEA, ICE, HSI, FBI. And so we're constantly in touch with them. Without getting into, again, too much detail, we know of those existence, and we work with those agencies down there. When we get tips that, I think we had one here recently that there were bodies found in Mexico, and we immediately gave that to the FBI, and they, within hours, learned that it was not related at all. So.
Okay. I want to go back to something that you mentioned before as well, because you had said that obviously with the ransom notes and, people trying to profit off of it and stuff, it speaks to kind of this broader problem. And that is that when you have a case like this in the public eye, it can be helpful to an extent because you get all of the leads that you referenced earlier, but you also have people with bad motives and bad incentives. And in Pima County, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last before this happened, big example of a crime, or at least one that kind of captivated and got the nation's attention, was the shooting of Gabby Giffords. I wonder how, from your perspective, it has been having to deal with, say, the YouTubers who are trying to get into the scene. I know you've talked about that before, and just more broadly, again, some of the bad faith actors who have been involved here.
Uh-oh. The bad faith actors, the YouTubers. Oh boy. Well, some of them were, allegedly.
So, first of all, I headed up the investigation of the
Y'all think he'll call them out by name?
Giffords shooting. And we worked hand in hand, again, just like we did today, are doing today, with the FBI. That wasn't a whodunit, but certainly it was a very critical investigation and needed to be done, conducted properly. To the point of here in Pima County, and these critical cases come up, and YouTubers and the media, media's changed. I've been at this game since 1976, and we think of mainstream media, And then you also have now all the social media, and you have the YouTubers, if you will, or influencers. It's just constantly evolving. I can always get into the argument or discussion about ethics for journalists and this, that, but I think that's a better discussion had by people like yourself, mainstream media. When I talk about the YouTubers or those that have been in the neighborhood, I talk about them in regards that says you still have a level of professionalism you have to maintain. You can't.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You got pressured by Savannah Guthrie. And why people want to play in the weeds with it is beyond me when this clearly that's what happened. And I don't blame her. No shade to Savannah. It's probably really frustrating to all those cameras they installed on their mama's house. Everybody forgot about that, but it's hell, the videos are out there. She could see in real time what's going on outside her mama's house. Duh. It's in the document. Savannah called. Remember? So Nanos, it's clear what happened. You wouldn't have went out there and done what you did if you weren't pressured into it. And I understood that from the get-go. But you made a serious mistake when you infringed upon constitutional rights and freedom of speech. Now, maybe you could have got them on other charges, I don't know, but you didn't play it right. You jumped the gun because you got pressured. Let's be honest.
You can't just go into a community, a neighborhood, and start harassing people because they're tired of seeing you.
Yeah, of course.
They don't understand your position. And I get the First Amendment rights and all of those things, but I liken it to this. You live in an apartment complex and you can have your music on as loud as you like during the daytime. But 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night, 1 in the morning, it gets a little bit disruptive. It's no longer your right to listen to that music at that volume or that
you have
corrupted the others. The same here for the YouTubers. And I've said this, if you can conduct yourself professionally and get in and out of the neighborhood, I have no problems with that. But when the neighbors call us continuously, literally, we did a study here to show in that neighborhood is a great neighborhood for us in terms of crime and
they did a study. Study on what, Nanos? Well, you got time for studies? You're conducting studies on the effect on neighbors of the media presence in the nighttime or daytime. What kind of study did you think it was necessary to conduct? Catalina Foothills people. Good God Almighty! No wonder we can't find Miss Nancy. We're doing the wrong stuff.
Relationships with the community. We had probably 50 calls there the whole time, the last 6 months. And that's an average over 5, 6, 7 years.
Right.
This year, in those same 5, 6 months, it tripled. We had like 180, 200 calls. It is a disruption to the neighborhood. I think that neighborhood originally was very gracious to a number of reporters. Maybe you were out there, I don't know, but they allowed them into their homes. They allowed them to sit on their drives.
They allowed them into their homes and to sit on their drives. Yeah. Brian Enton and JLR and Alex and Tucson, they all went into the neighbors' houses. One cooked dinner for a lot of them. Brian got an interview a couple times with the one neighbor. They're the ones calling and complaining, the ones that invited them in.
They took them in understanding that you have an important job to do, and your job helps me get my job done.
Yeah.
But beyond that, after a while, it was a nuisance. And when the neighbors asked those to leave, most did. A very few, very small percentage refused and really got in the face of the neighbors. It just got ugly. And
we can't deny that. It did get ugly, and that was happening, and it was uncalled for. But maybe that should have been handled a different way then. Harassment or something versus get off the street. You have no right to be here, media. I think there was a better way to handle it.
Still have a job to do.
Yeah.
And as much as I want to help you get your job accomplished, I ask that you be respectful
Of
to my
course.
community. And that's all that
Yeah.
was.
Here's the thing, Simi, I don't get it either. I will not stand here and take up for any of those guys out there on those streets in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. Their behavior is unacceptable across the board. Every single one of them. We know what they were out there for. I clearly know what they were doing out there. And I knew the minute JLR Investigates was live streaming early in the case, boots on the ground, a certain somebody showed up on the street, introduced himself. They became best pals that day. I knew right then we're in trouble. We're in trouble. JLR ain't got a fucking clue. Fuck around and find out. And guess what? He certainly is. Again, be careful in them YouTube streets. But what Sheriff Nanos doesn't have the right to do is to go out there and take away all media rights, because social media is media. Brian Enton is on social media. Brian Enton was out there again yesterday filming live in front of Nancy Guthrie's house. If he's allowed to, other media are allowed to, but conduct yourselves properly. That's what we do know. Constitution matters. It does. Nanos went about all that the wrong way. It backfired in his face, and he knew legally there's nothing the county could do about those YouTubers. He had got them on the wrong charges, y'all.
Of course, I just want to conclude our interview here by asking you about going back to Savannah Guthrie, because I mean, that is really the Guthrie family, the ones who have been facing this unimaginable tragedy, and in Savannah's case, having to do it in front of the entire world, which...
Simi, I know they're not nice people, but I can't strip a right away because you're not a nice person. I can't anyway. Because then I got to apply that to all the things, right? Not just because I don't like you. You know what I'm saying? It's the legality of it all, and people don't want to look at the law sometimes because the law is not favorable to how I feel, right? But the law is the law, man. It is what it is.
No one can really imagine what that would be like. In terms of, the pace in which the investigation is...
Well, he certainly didn't give them the correct charges, in my opinion. If he wanted to make a stand, they got the wrong charges on these guys. It is what it is. But I don't condone their behavior at all. It's disgusting.
Moving from the conversations that you might have had with her in the past, do you think there's any degree where, the Guthrie family is frustrated with not just your department, but some of the other law enforcement agencies, in terms of wanting it to move faster?
Well, I'm sure they're like everybody, right? We've all been in situations where we want right now. I'm no different. I'm sure that still exists with them. But I don't believe, in fact, I have zero indication that the family is frustrated with law enforcement and really angry with us. In fact, I believe the opposite. I believe that they know that we too have some challenges to overcome, that we too have a difficult task in front of us. But that task doesn't, as compassionate as we want to be, we still have to stay focused on what's in front of us. And someday, hopefully soon, we'll get the resolution that we're looking for and wanting on this case. But I just kind of ask the public, the media, even the family to understand and know that we're working in this case every single day. I check in with my team pretty much regularly, at least weekly.
I think any level-headed person understands, guys. Those guys out in front of Nancy Guthrie's house weren't journalists. They weren't doing the right things. They can call themselves journalists, right? I don't think any of us condone the behavior, but we can't allow laws to be thrown at them that aren't you know what I'm saying? We can't do that. We can't say they don't have a right to be there because then you're taking away the media right. And that would also mean Brian Enton didn't have the right to be there. You see what I'm saying? It's a slippery slope. And Brian Enton even knows it. He doesn't condone their behavior, but he doesn't condone keeping media out based on that particular law, ordinance, right? The sheriff did not give the correct charges for harassment, whatever the terms we want to label it. He could have went about it a different way if he had chose to do so. But he jumped the gun under pressure. It is what it is. And he made a mistake. Because you can't shut down media without shutting down Brian Enton at the same time. And we don't want that. I don't. I'm fond of him.
Not daily sometimes. In fact, we have a meeting here this afternoon. And it's really not that I have this great mind and need to know all this information to solve the case.
Right.
What I'm checking in on is their stamina, their energy, and I'm going in there with some reservations that, man, I hope I'm not seeing them shoulders slumping and they're feeling defeated. To the contrary,
Right.
every time I meet with this team, they are pumped. They are excited and energetic, and every lead they get, they are working hard. And so I guess what I would tell people is, look.
In fact, Zabel has been recently trashing Brian Enton all over Facebook, calling him names again. Enton, of course, ignores that bullshit. He ain't got time for it. But he doesn't support Alex being thrown out based on media can't be here. So just keep those kind of things in mind. We understand they got no business being out there. We don't need to see Ted jumping fucking cones in front of a missing woman's house. I don't need to see all that pizza delivery shit going on and partying up in the nighttime. I don't need to see all of it. But I understand the law.
It is frustrating for you because you don't know what we know.
Yeah.
The family is.
Simi, don't you think the sheriff should have got them on disturbing the peace charges then? Wouldn't that have been better? I'm squarely blaming this fiasco on the sheriff for not handling the situation accordingly and bringing proper charges. It might have actually stuck instead of dropping charges left and right because the law don't support what he did. Again, we don't approve of what they were doing, but the law is the damn law.
Certainly frustrating to them, but it's also frustrating to our teams. But they continue to put the white noise aside. I tell them, I got to be a duck, got to let it roll off me, and we just keep working. And so that's what we do.
All right, we will leave it there. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All you come and done was upset the people, sir. All you done did was you probably upset the FBI director, calling him misinformed and stuff. I guess his sources or his agents are talking to media instead of him. Bunch of mumbo jumbo, y'all. Seriously, we have to evaluate things fairly and look at the law in these cases. And Nanos could not meet the standard of law. If he had, he wouldn't have dropped the charges, right? So again, that's on you, Nanos, for fudging up something else yet again. See the pattern, guys? I don't know if talking to the DA would have done much good, but yeah, maybe he should have to get, why can I get these guys on kind of thing. Is there something I can take legal action against them, for doing or not doing? I totally get it, y'all. They had no business doing what they were doing out there. I don't condone that shit under any circumstance, but damn it, the law's the law. And I can't, apply it one day and not the next because I'm irritated with the person, and that's just not fair because one day someone might get irritated with me and use the law to try to hurt me for no reason because they don't like me today. I can't, what are we doing? I'm not going to weaponize the system. We have enough weaponization going on out here. We have enough of it. Scroll up to what would I miss? Oh, okay, that's fine. You can agree with me. Yeah, I know y'all agree with me, but I feel like people sometimes you're like, they're they're so mad at the people that were out there, they don't care about the law, but we have to. But and trust me, there's a couple of them right now. There's one trying to pull back as far as he can from the others, and it's not working out so well. And there's one that might be in some serious trouble for other reasons. Yeah, I don't have a hubby, Rachel, but I get it. They do. The Constitution told me so. I took that seriously when I was in school. It was fascinating to me, and I loved every minute of those classes. I could just envision the forefathers sitting around coming up with all this stuff. That's where my mind went. My mind went to what Francis Scott Key was thinking and witnessing when he wrote our national anthem that morning. I'm like, I wanted to be there. He took me there. That's how I was when I was a little kid in school. That was my jams. I loved it. Maybe that's why I am the way I am today. Certain things just made a real. And my mom was a constitutionalist through and through. So I kind of been preached that my whole life, and I can't get away from it because I understood the importance of it. So, Nanos, you should have found a better way. Our guy, you really should have. This happened in front of the laundry house, guys, during Gabby Petito. Haven't you heard? Bullhorn Betty and JLR and all that, and other people, maybe, allegedly. Did y'all not see that shit show fiasco? Yeah, we care about the law, but we can also understand we're running around being feral out there, uncalled for feralness. It's quite disgusting, actually. And if you even speak out against these people right now publicly, or if I could do a show and review them, you're going to be doxxed in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 by that little crew. So I'm well aware of what's going on and what I'm dealing with, but the law's the law. They'll get them in another way. Trust me, it's unfolding before our eyes. It's where it all started. No, what all started? That's not a study, sir. No, no. Is my chat I'm behind or something? They got 30 more minutes, guys, before they start court back up. Where is what all started, CH? When JLR met, what's his name? A guy that most of us already knew. A guy that came into my chat to let me know he was going to go down boots on the ground to Arizona during the Nancy early days. Within 3 days, I think. How many days were we into that case covering it here? Came into chat to let me know I'm going down there, boots on the ground, Salty. Oh, yeah? Okay. Next thing I know, he's turning up on a live stream, introducing himself to JLR, and becomes JLR's bodyguard. Y'all remember that show? Do y'all recall that? I filed it away right then and there. And I did not ask to come report live on my channel with your boots on the ground information. Petito, Enton, and all the others. Oh, yeah. If you go way back to the Wayback Machine, maybe, CH, there's a lot out there. I think Bullhorn and JLR probably still got a lot of that shit up. Ask Jay knows. Jay for Justice knows. Bullhorn Betty would camp, a whole bunch of them would camp up out there in front of the Petito house with her bullhorn screaming at them. JLR out there screaming a lot of right along with her. I don't think Alex was around back then, not in that case. But that's where they all met, from my understanding. That Molly Golightly chick, all them. That Sebastian Rogers fiasco, they all met here on YouTube. I think a lot of them met in front of Gabby Petito's house. Wild. And there's been some issues, I think a lot for the, those backroom deals are had and then issues arise later, that kind of thing. That kind of thing. I have got some Cyrase shit on the brain. Rachel, Rachel, Rachel. We got to troll the Snake River, baby girl. Florida had to pass laws about protesting in neighborhoods. Yes, they did. You also can't protest in the middle of our streets either. Get out of my way, honk honk. Get out the street, man. Get out the street. Get on the side of the road where you belong, not in the middle of the street. You might accidentally get run over. Haven't you heard? So it's vulturey. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Let's go troll Bullhorn Betty's thingy. We got some minutes to kill. Let's go be the YouTubes of house. Why? What do we call ourselves? The YouTubes of housewives watchers. I'm not a part of it. I'm just a watcher. Like in real life, when me and Shabugs go watch our shit and talk about it later. Where you at, Bullhorn Betty? I'm not scared of you. You are in Florida. Get out of here, ma'am. Get your transplant ass out of here. Are you a transplant, ma'am? I've never took the time to figure it out. I'm just like, why is Florida full of podcasters? There's a lot of us in Florida, guys. Let's see, playlists. What we got, Bullhorn? You got some playlists we can look at? Should we throw up some of your some disgusting Sebastian Rogers stuff? Oh, wait, you don't have your playlist up for Gabby Petito? Quentin Simon, Brian Koberger, Sebastian Rogers, Miss Michael Miller, Layla Santello, good Lord Lady, Lillian Jack, John Bonet, Hurricane Helene, Mysterious Disappearance of Taylor Casey. Where's all your Gabby Petito stuff, ma'am? What happened, Bullhorn? Cleveland Angels, Lynette Hooker, Portia Grizafi or somebody, Catherine Torbuck, Missing Utah Toddler. What? Bullhorn, where's your catalog of work, ma'am? Do you have a secret channel I know nothing about? All right, let's just pull up some Sebastian Rogers coverage and give you a little taste of Miss Bullhorn. Maybe not. That shit might trigger me. Does JLR have any of the old shit up with Bullhorn? Cringy, but ooh, JLR, you fucking freak. Oh, they're trying to distance yourself from Alex. Why? You're not quite like Alex, you say, huh? You got different styles and stuff. Since when? Having a falling out with your bodyguard, maybe? I don't know. We'll let you boys figure it out. All right, JLR, where is your playlist for Gabby? You're proud of that body of work, aren't you? Oh, God. We should probably revisit some of your very early Idaho 4 tweets and how you stirred the pot about Dylan Mortensen and backed out quietly and then tried to become friends with the family. Remember that one time, JLR, that little special you did? And WSU Mom Kim was on there too. Remember that? I do. I do. Moscow Murders, Richard. Did you take it all down too? Summer Wells, Kylie Rodney, Michael Vaughn, Quentin, Simon, Alex Murdaugh, Lori Vallow, Athena Strand, Waco, Letitia, Dylan Rounds, Jason Laundrie. Y'all, I don't see his stuff up either. of Gabby Petito. I'm scrolling through his bullshit. I mean, his catalog. They're probably in some of Brian Enton's old footage because he was out there too. Wow. He doesn't have his Petito playlist up either? Interesting that you and Bullhorn don't have that up. Y'all scared some people might rattle the cage and make secrets fall out the door? Oh boy. Huh, y'all. We can't troll it. Bullhorn's more than rude, Rachel. Good Lord, that woman's unhinged on the internet on a daily basis. She way more than rude. She's despicable. You're despicable, ma'am. You are just despicable. How could anybody ever appreciate any of that? Maybe we should watch this for shits and giggles because I was curious. I'm going to be curious for a moment and we're going to have a little viewing. Don't know what any of this is about. I can barely know. I will say this I barely know the players, but it is the real housewives of YouTube's little video. I'm just curiosity killed the cat. What can I say? Maybe or maybe not be a recon. Maybe I don't care at all. Maybe I'm just being amused. Maybe I'm just being amused with hot mic moments and all that good stuff. All right. I don't know what this is, y'all. Buckle up, buttercups. It could be weird. It could be like, what in the world? What is this? Oh my God. What's happening?
Yeah. Hot mic out a mid-sip, patter on the dash. Babe, can you grab my bag real quick from the car? Britney on stream, I don't even know much about it. Just sat through one panel in 22, leave us out of it. Craig in the background, nodding like a dashboard bobble. Legal as beer, sold next to the CBD, gummies in trouble. Told the chat it's just to chill after the gummies felt weird. While the comments filled with CPS, and who's got the receipt? Kratom Craig, Kratom Craig. Gas station king with the paper bag. Britney swears she never touched the leaf. Passed every drug test, still catching the heat. It's his business, he's grown his soul at the shop. Till the seizures and the rumors just won't stop. Smoke screen this, smoke screen that, while the powder keeps scoring its own chat. Tim reports since April, she says the haters dialed. They're saying I used it pregnant, they're trying to take my child. Craig reclined in the chair after a long work week. Friends said natural supplement, now the family's on repeat. Everybody's in the crossfire while the mic stays live. Britney calling everything a distraction just to survive. Open your doors if you're gonna throw shade. Meanwhile the bag from the vape shop still hasn't been paid. He said it was only for energy, just to stay awake. Working 50-hour weeks with a business on the plate. First seizure hit the living room, nobody knew the cause. Doctors ran every test, still came up with empty loss. Second one in the garage, left his face all rearranged. Came back inside 40 minutes later looking half deranged. I don't take that stuff, she swore on every string, while the powder kept stacking like a recurring dream. Kratom Craig, Kratom Craig. Gas station king with the paper bag. Britney swears she never touched the leaf. Passed every drug test, still catching the heat. It's his business, he's grown it, sold at the shop. Till the seizures and the rumors just won't stop.
Alright, if y'all don't know, this is about allegedly with Brittany J. Her and her husband got caught in a hot mic moment about the kratom. This is an account that has been fighting with them for a long time, from what I understand. They're throwing shade at each other. And ma'am, you really shouldn't have got caught on that hot mic moment when half the internet is like Team You and Team Granny. I never joined the team because it was all weird. But this is the YouTube's housewives stuff, y'all, that I refer to mostly. Mostly. Yeah. All because they all inserted themselves into the Sebastian Rogers case and thought they were the important person. And this is the result. Funny little videos about each other and hot mic moments. And this is what the crowd is here for.
Smoke screen this, smoke screen that, while the powder keeps scoring its own chat. A live stream rolling deep into the 3-hour mark, calling every accusation just another cheap remark. He's a grown man, it's legal, y'all need to mind your lane while...
Wow, they're going to be mad about your video, Cram. They're going to be a little mad about your video. I'm sure somebody is going to be live to talk about it for approximately 10 hours. And Lauren Matthias went live for, what, 9 hours? Well, it's okay for everybody else to do it, though. Wow. Oh, see, they're live talking about it now. It's simply who they are. And the Rico of it all. The Rico of it all. Like, what the fuck? Lord, I was there when y'all started all that. I was there in the community watching everything unfold before my creeped out little eyes. And I pieced out on everybody and watched from afar. And they probably wished I hadn't have watched from afar, but I did. Y'all keep throwing your receipts out there because your girl's kind of, I've lost interest, to be honest. I've totally lost interest because I see what I saw. I came, I see, I observed, and I checkmate. Peace out. Oh, it is what it is. Yeah, I was feral scrolling. I see Hidden True Crime streamed 7 minutes ago. It says, I heard Patrick Clancy's 911 call. Because the journalist, the trial tourist journalist, was boots on the ground in the courtroom, probably hanging out with her new best gal pal, Jess Machado, because they are neither one welcome in the rooms anymore. So they're going to go be welcome together. They're going to go be unwelcome in the rooms they belong in their head together. Jess Machado and Lauren Matthias of Hidden True Crime. So they muted the call. I'm curious to see what you said when you went live, Lauren. Hold on. Hold on, lady with your weird fucking glasses. I'm sorry. I got activated. Maybe I'm not healed after all. I'm activated. We got to deal with it. I'm running feral today. It was like a fucking full moon and shit. Did you not see it? I get crazy on the full moon. I got a little crazy on the full moon. My energy's wild as hell. And I don't know what to do half the time, except drink a bunch of coffee and sit outside. All right, let's go, Lauren Matthias, boots on the ground reporter. Give it to us straight so we can give it right back at you. And again, these trendy little eyeglasses look stupid. I can no longer be nice. If y'all don't want to hear Miss Lauren Matthias' boots on the ground list, tune her out. You could also go give her videos a thumbs down. Oh yeah, Rachel, you didn't see the trial tourist? Everybody hating on Nate Eaton because he posted a picture. He posts a video of the line getting into the courtroom, and there's Jess Machado and Lauren palling it up in line. I think they even posted a photo together about themselves. Jolene talks about it in her last live, I think. The newfound friendship between these unwanted women in certain rooms. Yeah, they've partnered up now. Are we surprised? Are we surprised? Birds of a feather got to flock together, maybe? All right, let's take it away, Lauren. Give us the deets, ma'am. And you better come correct.
Work well. I'm going to take those out. All right.
And you take them out and comb your hair.
Can everybody hear? Hello, hello. Live from the courtroom. Welcome to live chat.
Hello, hello. Live from the courtroom.
Making sure people are here. I can't quite see anybody yet
My husband's at home with my son.
in the chat.
All good. He's house daddy.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you what I saw in the courtroom. I was hoping to actually maybe take some There they are. There's the chat. So I'm happy to take some
Well, thank God the chat's here.
questions too, because I think there's a lot of questions and a lot of rumors swirling around about Patrick Clancy's 911 call from the courtroom this morning.
There's rumors going around about it. I read in articles what it said, and I read in the document what it said, but there's rumors. She's making up rumors. She's making up rumors to say she can go talk about them. We couldn't live without Lauren's car lives.
I am in Plymouth, Massachusetts. I'm in the car, our rental car right outside of the Plymouth.
Okay, it's her rental car. She wanted to make sure we understood that part.
County courthouse. I heard that.
Does she get reimbursement from her? Is that an expenditure for your company, your business? You have a business, right? Is that an expenditure you and John put on the expense account?
911 call inside the courtroom. It is the saddest call I've ever heard in my entire life.
Wow.
I'm clearly not alone.
That was a weird little sigh about it. If it was the saddest call you ever heard in your entire life, we already know you can't find Jesus. You lost him. And you don't understand why he allows all this carnage. We don't either.
Many people in the jury were crying. The person next to me was crying. Lindsay herself was sobbing. Her parents were crying. Patrick was not there. Jurors were crying. I have heard that the pool photographer with Law and Crime Record TV was crying.
She just did not refer to the reporter cameraman for Law and Crime and say they were crying too. This lady is incredibly disturbing to me, y'all. I do not support this lady's body of work, by the way. For anybody just tuning in, she might cough on me any second and give me the Cassandra syndrome. Sir, I think you got the definition wrong, by the way. Ew.
My cough remains. Thanks for your patience. I honestly just had to process a lot. I'm glad I had a little bit of time. We've been on lunch for a little bit, but I just wanted to take some time to share what I heard in there, to share what it was like.
I'm sure you and John and Grayson will have a round table discussion tonight about how pitiful and pathetic it really was. And you'll probably go on Patreon Live and talk all about it. I don't pay to Patreon nobody. Ain't nobody worth all that.
There, just so you know, Patrick came back on the stand right away this morning. Again, we'll have a bigger, longer, more detailed update tonight, live on YouTube as well.
Oh, live on YouTube? Hold on. Let me make note of that, Miss Ma'am. I might have a critique incoming. I don't know. I hear it gets clicks and views. We'll do a social experiment and see maybe. Maybe we'll get to you, maybe we won't. We don't know. We're busy around here.
Us on our podcast after our live, if you prefer podcasts.
Oh, God dang.
So we'll be live on YouTube later tonight with everything, but Patrick gets back on the stand and he's, people ask, does he look at Lindsay when he walks in? He doesn't. Patrick looks straight
She should get that cough checked. It's probably annoying in the courtroom.
ahead, like he knows why he's there. He goes straight to the stand and you can tell he's just trying to hold it together. They're going through everything that happened up until the moment he finds Lindsay, to the moment he gets on the phone with 911, to the moment he goes down to the basement, finds his children.
This turtle boy is still mocking her as he moved on. He came and broke the internet with his little fake eyebrows. It was funny.
I keep mentioning this word stoic, but you can tell he's holding it together. Essentially, he gets through it all.
Oh, wait, will Turtle Boy use her now that she's hooked up with Machado for content again? Is that what he's going to do? Probably.
Answering all of the prosecution's questions. And at that moment, there's a sidebar right when he's kind of done, but before he's off the stand. And they're mentioning that there's going to be a 911.
Her actual eyebrows are much funnier to me. That Turtle Boy stuff was cute and all, but let's peel back the layers to what this heifer's danger really is all about. Her eyebrows are the least dangerous thing about her, and like I said that one time, it was cute and funny, but I would rather go live and tear her down for the horrible person she is, because I don't really care about her looks. I don't judge folks. There's a lot of women running around out here with fake eyebrows and hair. A lot of them, actually. I don't want all that on me. It's a little uncomfortable, I would think. But yeah, it was funny.
One call, and there's a sidebar, and the white noise goes on so that they can all go talk.
Again, did he deep dive anything about how horrible her reporting could be to society? Nah, we probably let her go until she hooked up with Machado again. Okay, we'll do that.
And at that moment, he bends his head down, and you can tell he finally can't be strong anymore. And he starts crying, clearly.
This lady?
And he's trying to pull himself together. And a bailiff comes over. This is all.
She really likes to try to pretend like she is the greatest storyteller on earth. People are like, oh, she's doing this for clicks and views. No. This heifer honestly think she is like Lori Vallow. She buys her own bullshit. Narcissistic personality much? Y'all know people have reviewed the traits of narcissistic people for a long time. What we have here is a narcissistic person, right? She kind of like Trisha's con. Lauren's is a different style. Lauren has learned to captivate her audience with her storytelling ability in her mind. Okay? So I always knew that about Lauren Matthias. It was not hard to spot when I first watched her early in Vallow's shit. Oh, this lady's a storyteller. She's got a wardrobe. She's got all the. Yeah, we have a storyteller here, right? Whether or not she was any good at it, I don't know. To me, she's not. She exaggerated a lot of things constantly. It was for dramatic purposes. It was for the viewers to reel them in, draw them in. A lot of creators do that tactic. I'm seeing it every day on YouTube. She's the only one getting called out for it, though. She's literally the only one being called out for it. Is it because there's receipts for her bad behavior? Are we honed in on her because of how horrible her behavior actually was, and we are well aware of it? But the tactics that she's using, other people are using the same tactics. So y'all be careful on them streets.
During white noise, so this is just me watching. It's not like your average court proceedings. A bailiff comes over, kind of asks him.
She needs cough drops when they go back to court, which we got 10 minutes. So, Lauren, I think we're good. We're actually covering it here and can see with our own ears and eyes. Hear with our ears, see with our eyes. Oh, man.
Something we can't hear. I'm sure it's, do you need something? He says no.
Is she, like, saying what the 911 call said? Jolene calls out a lot of people, Simi. She's a comedian. Did y'all hear what Kresha said the other day? Jolene's not going to get in the weeds. Jolene's a comedian. She has a brand. She tears down a lot of things. Y'all get caught up. She's a comedian, right? She tears down a lot of different things. She also goes hard on our housewives and different celebrity shows. It is what it is. Jolene's Jolene. We need to let her be a comedian. Let her bring us the comedy and not rely on her to bring us the deets on Lauren Matthias. Bring the comedy, baby girl, because we need some relief in this space from time to time. Hey, there's one of my other feral friends. Did you see my DM, girlfriend?
Trying to bring himself back together. And then the sidebar is over. The white noise is turned off. And then the judge excuses Patrick from the stand before the 911 call is played. And at that moment,
Oh,
Patrick gets up off the stand and he walks right in front of me. And he walks right in front of me and in front of me. Like I have.
oh, Jesus. He walked right in front of her. She fucking laid eyes on him like she could have reached out and touched him. Did you reach out and pat him on the back or caress him, Lauren? Did you do that? Did you offer your sympathy and empathy to that victim that you're about to take and use in the moment? Did you do that?
The view of watching Patrick again. He does not look at Lindsay. He doesn't. But he is trying to control things and he is breathing heavy. I can hear his breath in his shoulders and
Damn it. She could have reached. I could hear his breath, his shoulders. You are a creepy McCreeperson. You probably were staring them down in the courtroom. They could probably feel your eyes upon them as they shook off the cold. Mm. 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 Mm.
he is breaking down as he walks out. Like you can tell he's just done.
Kind of like you and Grayson on that live Patreon I've reviewed. Y'all were done. She wants no children. You can't find Jesus. John is upset watching you girls go through this. You're better now, though, right? Your back boots on the ground.
Holding it in.
Find Jesus now. Jesus, take the wheel.
He's not okay. And he leaves.
All right, we're done with you, ma'am. You're so weird. We cannot. You're disgusting, actually. Yeah, this lady walks right past me. I could hear him breathing. And now I'm going to tell you what this 911 call said. I bet you that's what she was fixing to do. Tell everybody what the 911 call said, knowing damn good and well it'll eventually be released in court transcripts, ma'am. But you just can't wait to run live and tell your subscribers and viewers all about the 911 call you heard with your own little ears, your own little busybody ears. No, hello, lucky kitty. He didn't get the Cassandra syndrome definition right. He tried to steer us in the wrong direction. What's wrong with that man? That's talking about an autistic marriage. I was like, what? He thinks he was married to an autistic case? I thought he said it meant he knew stuff. Ain't that what he said? He knew stuff before it was going to happen? Tipsy turvy coming in hot with misinformation about the Cassandra syndrome. He made me think I had something I did not have. I'm glad I Googled it. Okay. Cassandra syndrome is a descriptive term for the emotional distress, isolation, and self doubt experienced by a neurotypical partner in a relationship with an undiagnosed neurodivergent partner. It involves feeling chronically unheard, invalidated, and disbelieved by friends, family, or professionals when trying to explain these hidden rational struggles. See, it's about being a non-autistic person, being married to an autistic person, and trying to figure out that person's autistic. He's like, no, it means I know things before they happen. I thought that was my third eye. He tried to tell me I had Cassandra syndrome. You broke a fingernail trying to Google it. Girl, don't hurt yourself. Let's get the feedback up. I need to get a drink. I'm about to have a coughing attack. They were messing around in the fields today, and I think it got to me. There are damn peanuts out there when I was out there earlier. Every other year it happens. I get the cotton one year as my neighbor, and the other year I get the peanuts. And the peanuts are disturbing to my system. I'm not allergic or anything, but man, I never realized it was like that until I moved out here. I was like, what's happening? What's happening to my body? And then my doctor told me, he's like, "You live where? Or next to a what?" I was like, "Yeah." Oh, goodness. My struggle is real, but I like it. Okay, I'm going to pull the feed up and get it refreshed, guys. Because they got a couple more minutes before we are due to start back. Let me adjust my screens and stuff, guys. Y'all don't need to see all that. I need a bigger mouse pad. This little thing's starting to annoy me so bad. I'm an all over the place kind of person. You better catch up. This bullshit down. Where's my layouts? Shabugs, I saw something on X a little while ago after I DM'd you that got worse. I'll say that. Yeah, where's Waldo? It didn't Aspen Connor have very similar glasses too? Ew. Is that trendy right now, y'all? I need new glasses. I'm not I want those. I don't want those. Those look funky. They look funky. The new trend. Is it trendy now? Lauren likes to be on trend, she thinks. In her head, she's on trend. She used to have that wardrobe company that sent her clothes. I don't know what happened there. I didn't care. I thought that was like, oh, okay, you got your own podcast business slash thing going on and you got wardrobe? Wow. Link it much in the comments or the description? Yeah, you did. You used to. Weirdo. Let me tell you guys where I get my clothing from. I don't like to wash clothes or shop. That's John's job. I am on the road being a tourist of trials. I need a good wardrobe, and they supply it for me. And then I tell you about it and show it off, and I get a commission earned and a free wardrobe that I don't have to worry about ever. I don't got to shop, clean it, or nothing. They do it all. It's great. It's fucking fantastic. It's a business I run. It's a whole thing. Don't come at my business, please. Don't do that. I'll slap a cease and desist on you in a freaking heartbeat. Try me. That's my business. It's how I earn my keep for John. Because John said I could work, he'd stay home. So I got to make it happen. I can't do both. I'm not that woman. I can't stay home and take care of that baby and my husband and that house and achieve my dreams at the same time. So John has agreed he will be that father for me to follow my dreams. Worked out nicely for Lauren, didn't? She didn't feel the struggle of a real working mom. My opinion. She's so relatable, though. So relatable. Oh, Shaboogies. Oh, wait. Yeah, I get that, but there's something. I'm not getting into it, and I ain't gonna be. I just none of my business. But there's something. Little pause for the cause. Little pause for the cause, and I take those pauses seriously, and I watch for those red flags. I don't want to be that girl who can't learn her lesson in life and do the same stupid shit over and over. Oh hell no! I got to be smarter in the future. That's my goal, my life goal, man. I go look in the mirror in the bathroom and I shut the door and I'm like, what happened? What was that all about? Did you have a part in it? Could things have been done better? What would you do differently next time? Do that next time, girl. Do that. And then I go on with my life after I clean the bathroom sink. And I put people exactly where they belong in my life. Good luck, vultures. Y'all, I worked hard to find my peace in this life, and there ain't nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, has that kind of power in my life to steal my joy. Excuse me? Get out of my fucking backyard space. You're not welcome here. You're just not. We don't do that. We don't do that at all. See ya. This thing is frozen. Hold on. I tried to refresh, and that's why, because I had it up on screen. It doesn't like to work properly. It likes to have the woo woo from time to time. Cy Ray out there spilling some damn tea, sir, maybe tiny bits here and there. I'm here for it. I was all ears. I had to watch it twice to make sure I heard what I heard. Give Brian Koberger that chance. Let him revoke his guilty plea. Hippler, don't facepalm yourself, and don't be calling experts conspiracy theorists anymore. It really wasn't a good look, and we knew that might be a problem later. It's kind of funny at the time, but it was like, oh, ouch. Really? In a courtroom, Hippler? Anyway, a lot of us were evaluating Cy long before Judge Hippler. Long before Judge Hippler and his face palming. So, Cy out there earning his right to, reserving his right to change his mind later. Cy just dropped a. There's a very interesting interview out there, and I'm so excited to talk about it. I'm probably coming back tonight to do it. Don't know if I can wait till the weekend. It may not excite many people because they're not just. I can't help that. I'm gonna do me, and nobody shows up for it. They don't show up. If they do, they do. Maybe they'll figure it out and understand what we're doing here. But Cy sir, and Jesse Weber, again, shout out for facilitating that whole thing. You're probably going to catch a lot of shade from the pro burgers for doing so. And Cy they're going to come for you, sir, like nobody's business. But you don't care, do you? Because you're professional after all. Unlike that weird tipsy turvy topsy turvy. I don't even know what to call him anymore. Oh, no, no, no. It ain't like that. People gave y'all the wrong impression about Cy He's had a YouTube channel forever and a day. A lot of us deep dove and evaluated him very early into the Brian Koberger case because we were like all in. Every time a new document came out, we were there for it. A hearing happened, we were there for it. We watched the Cy hearings pre-trial because Cy was such a big deal. And we saw Cy say, I reserve the right to change my mind. Cy's got the goods, y'all. Cy's got the goods. And some of my questions about Moscow, Idaho are maybe starting to get answered. Doesn't mean Koberger didn't do it, don't mean his rights were violated, except for the IGG part. But damn it, man, bring on the trial. Even Steve Gonzalez is ready for the trial. Let's get it on and shut this shit show down once and for all. Let's do it. What he said and didn't say. Did you see it? Did you see the interview, Joy? It wasn't about Cy reading the room. People who are new to the Brian Koberger case or never really followed it that closely or knew a whole lot about it except what you saw on surface level across the board, misunderstanding some things. That's all I'm saying. Kind of like when people misunderstood Othram's role in the Idaho 4 case based on we don't like Othram because they hooked up with web sleuths. They had to run amok in that Koberger case, right? Without understanding what Othram's role in that case actually was. It's just shade to Othram all day long and twice on Sunday because the internet told me to, without understanding the actual role of Othram. And Othram keeps shooting yourself in the foot by partnering up with that WebTubes bitch lady. I mean, just to build your DNA data bank. They're all conspiracy theory out here with tinfoil hats on what you're actually doing and missing what you're actually doing. You got weird methods and you are a genius at marketing, you think, but you may have made a miscalculation here. Just a bit of advice, Othram, going forward. Yeah, you'll hear a lot of things out on them streets about that case. If I become interested in a case, I have to start doing my research. Like, if I'm really going to get into it and wonder what the hell's going on here, I'm all in. I was all in two cases, Idaho 4 and Delphi, at the same exact time. People were telling me I don't got the capacity, but one case at a time. Because I'm like, look at this, compare this, look at this in these two cases. No, 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 no. Two cases at once? God dang it, I cannot do that. I'm like, but these two need to be compared, unfolding in real time. Why can't we do that? Don't got the capacity for all that. Well, fuck, I got the capacity for 10 cases at once. I'm a little all over the place. Have you met me? I'm getting bored. This shit needs to come on. I'm talking to myself, I feel like. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Y'all, ugh. When they become too big and too much, you got to back out of the weeds. Don't back off the case, back out of the weeds, right? Slow the roll. Idaho 4 took you down every fucking possible road you could imagine traveled, and then back again, right? It was so much. But I looked at all of it open mindedly, just in case, just like I did Delphi. And I'm peeking at the Nolan case because I see there's a lot of already going on that I don't want to be a part of. Kind of like when that Karen Reed case first popped off and that Turtle Boy guy entered the scene. I was like, oh hell no. No, I'm not doing social media in these cases. Not happening. Never watched one thing the guy ever did. Or Jess Machado. I couldn't tell you one thing they ever said on a live stream about Karen Reed. Didn't care, didn't want to know, didn't want to be a part of that. And look, Turvey, I saw what was coming and I was right. And now, what do we have here today? A big old shit show involving Turtle Boy, Karen Reed, Jess Machado, stupid ass people. Train wreck incoming. A couple years down the road, we'll all see it. Yeah, I didn't look at any of those people's stuff. And then Joe Schmo got advice to go plead your case to Turtle Boy. He'll get to the bottom of it. He'll show America how you were duped by that big bad wolf, Lauren. He'll do it for you. I laughed when I found that out. I was like, you got advice to go there? Go for it, Bubba. Do it, I dare you. Instead, he went to Queen Bee, or ended up on Queen Bee. He thought twice in the end. I'm sure Turtle Boy would have given him a fair platform to lay all the blame squarely on Lauren Matthias and her bizarre eyebrows, and could have redeemed Joe Schmo right on the spot, and social media would have bought it, hook, line, and sinker, because Turtle Boy said Joe Schmo's cool. He was used. I guess that was their end game, and it didn't work out. He didn't go on Turtle Boy. My ADHD don't have no focus, girl. I ain't taking no pharmaceuticals for it. I had it on my whole life. It is what it is. I can get 1,000 things done at once. Hate me for it. I don't care. I'll sleep when I sleep. It is what it is. Here we go. I let my freak flag fly when it needs to.
And Council, could I just see you in regards to the scheduling this afternoon?
Now we got to meet up for a scheduling conference here at the sidebar. What's happening? That was a clown show from way back, though, Shabugs. It didn't just start. All that behind the scenes stuff comes to light eventually. Keep that in mind. That did not just start. It was just, I was waiting for it to all come out. It was pretty obvious. Not Machado, but other stuff. It was pretty obvious to me what was happening. I was like, nah, I cannot with this stuff. But hey, people, you know, they were there for it. He exposed everything. He did it all by himself. I can go to trial and listen to the evidence and make a determination without Turtle Boy telling me how to think. People start telling me how to think, that's when I peace out. Excuse me? What? How about you think what you think and I think what I think and we're good? You don't tell me what to think. I get nervous when that happens. I side-eye you when you do that to me. We can talk about it and give me some information and let me decide, but Jesus Christ, well, can tell me what to do. No one gets to do that. Ask around. What? I'm not hyperactive. I'm a mess. Yeah, I'm not hyperactive because I can be super chill when I want to be. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm not. But I am very bad about doing 5 things at one time. Oh my God. I don't allow things to run amok in my head too much. No, 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 no. We know we don't do that. We learned tools. We're like, no, we're not having racing thoughts. Get it, goodbye. You're exhausting. But I've learned to simplify my life over the years. I don't even like a lot of stuff. I'm a minimalist. I like small spaces. I like to be left alone. I love my backyard. I like my friends on the internet, right? Most of them. Is that the link to the interview, Rachel? They're already catching shade in the comments for even going up there and having that show. A bar called Sidebar. Perfect. So, Joy. Have all the attorneys in for dinner every night. Happy hour. You could kill it, man. Happy hour, especially in Massachusetts, if you did it there. We know they like to drink down there. They like the alcohol into Boston. They're like, tea, fuck that, bring on the whiskey. Bring on the bottle. They like whiskey in their tea. Boston Tea Party and all. Whiskey for our tea.
Thanks.
Technical difficulties and they can't take bar, like the bar exam. Technical difficulties? State of Washington, where Koberger went to college? It's weird. We got a glitch. Y'all can't take your bar exams. What? I just spent all that time at school and I'm ready to go, and you're like, I can't because of a glitch or something? Okay. What are they doing? Oh, let me fix this.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
All right, guys, when they do start back up, y'all know I will join you in chat until we get another break. I need to charge my phone up, though. Might need a snack.
This
Might
court's
need a
now in
snack
session.
like
Please be
Machado.
seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Lauren's Lunch Live got me
Well, members of
hungry.
the jury, thank you for your patience with us.
She reminded me it was lunch.
Going to do at this point is we're going to return to the evidence. We have witness Patrick Clancy, who testified earlier, is now being recalled, as I said, for the purpose of cross-examination. Okay? All right, counsel?
Cross-examine Patrick.
Afternoon, Mr. Clancy.
Yeah.
You and I have certainly met before, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that I went with you and your brothers, maybe some other people, into your home very shortly after the state police finished with searching and removing what they felt was evidence from the home?
Yes.
And you recall that went into different rooms and looked at different things, and I think I took some photographs and things of that nature. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So, if I may, you met Lindsay back when she was in school, or was she working as a nurse?
She was at the MGH Institute.
And the MGH Institute is like Mass General Hospital nursing program, correct?
Correct.
She had some kind of like an accelerated course or something,
Yeah.
had double major.
Yeah.
Was a very good student.
She was, yeah.
And she, at a relatively young age, got her RN and was a nurse at Mass General, correct?
Correct.
And at Mass General, she was a, they call it L&D, a labor and delivery nurse, is that it?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many years she worked in Mass General?
I think she started in 2014.
Do you remember when she graduated from nursing school?
6 months earlier.
And were you guys in a relationship then, or
We were, yeah.
and had you started living together in Southie, or was that before that?
Not in Southie. We didn't live together in Southie. We lived together in Quincy.
Quincy. Okay. Tell us a little bit about, you know Lindsay, obviously, better than most. How did she like being a nurse?
She loved it. I think it was her dream.
Would you say that she enjoyed her work and helping people?
Definitely, yeah.
So there's been some commentary here from the government about that she was anxious because she had to go back to work, like she didn't want to go to work, she was lazy, or whatever the case may be.
Objection.
This is sustained, if you could rephrase that.
All right, so I'll strike lazy, that she didn't want to go back to work, but I believe you said in answer to the DA, there was a reason that you could see that she was anxious about going back to work, correct?
Correct.
Now, was she anxious about going back to work, to your knowledge, because she just didn't want to work?
No.
What was the reason?
She struggled to be away from our kids at a young age.
So when you guys ultimately moved to Duxbury, did you have children then?
Yeah.
And as the years went by, you obviously had more children. Ultimately, you got 3 children,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
You told us about her birth with Cora, and
Yeah.
Cora, it was a bit of a rough birth. Is that right?
Yeah, she didn't have time to get an epidural, and she bled a lot.
Do you, in the years that you lived with Lindsay as boyfriend and girlfriend, fiancés, and then ultimately husband and wife, do you recognize her handwriting?
I haven't seen it in a long time, but so I'm not sure.
Okay. While counsel's looking at that, is it your understanding, would she take notes or lists and
Yeah,
for work and home and things of that nature?
you would, yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document and just ask if you can recognize, if you can recognize the handwriting.
Yeah, that looks like her handwriting.
Looks like Lindsay's handwriting.
Yep.
So I'm going to run the mayor after this.
Any objection?
Yes.
All right, if I could see counsel.
attorney gonna get in trouble if he don't watch his words. That got where he was going.
That, Mr. Clancy?
Yeah.
Pull it away a little bit. Looking at this, what does it appear to be to you, if you know? Does it appear to be notes of deliveries that she was involved with?
Yeah.
You see the first one, what's the date, if you can read it? I can't.
It says May 11th, 2015.
And does that indicate, would that, to your knowledge, be around when she started working as a labor delivery nurse?
I thought she started a little early, but I'm not sure.
You see the name of the little girl that was born on that date that was her first delivery?
Yeah.
What's the name?
It's Cora.
And is that the reason you guys named Cora?
It was, yeah.
Can you tell the jurors, as a husband living with Lindsay over the years, what kind of a mother was she?
She was very dedicated. She did everything. She started reading them books at 3 months. And she made up songs for them. I remember she used to make green eggs and ham for Cora because she liked that book.
Is that one of the Dr. Seuss books?
Yeah. She brought them to music classes.
You're quite the musician yourself, isn't that right?
I play a few instruments, yeah.
You play guitar.
Yep.
In your home, one of the things that appears to be striking is that almost every room, other than maybe a bed, well, actually a bedroom, but was dedicated to children. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Like you didn't have a fancy dining room, right?
We did not, no.
What did you have in the dining room?
We had the table that I grew up with.
How about stuff on the wall in the different rooms? Did she put things, wall hangings on the walls for the kids?
There was a lot of art projects, stickers, things like that.
And would they be hanging from the wall?
Yeah.
One of the photographs that the government had was photograph that, excuse me, you can identify for us. Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
Yeah.
And what room would that be?
That's the playroom.
Right off of this room?
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 58.
Thank you.
If I may put Exhibit 58 up so the jurors and his honor can see it. There's some kind of like, looks as though it's boxed out window. So are we standing in the kitchen looking into that room through that boxed out window?
Yeah.
And all those objects, obviously, that are in that room would be kids' toys and things of that nature, right?
Right.
Do you recognize this photograph as being just a sample or sampling of the kids' rooms?
Yeah.
You know which room that was?
I think it was Dawson's.
Okay, right off of this.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 59.
All right, thank you.
This one here has a bunch of stickers. It's got Bruce Lightyear, or whatever his name is, over to the right, and it's got an alphabet, A, B, C, D, things of that nature, correct?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of time, Your Honor, I would just say, you also identify this as being one of the kids' walls. Would that be what you were telling us would be art projects?
Yeah,
And they were hanging on the wall?
correct.
And who hung them on the wall?
I think Lindsay did.
And would she also take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pictures of the kids?
Yeah.
Do you recall her putting together a little collage saying newborn, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and then hanging that on the wall?
Yeah, she did it for each kid.
And which child was that?
That one's Dawson.
Dawson. Did you have occasion to see her interact with Dawson as a...
Ray, did you wish to introduce those photographs?
Thank you, I appreciate it. These two, I believe.
It's 60 and 61.
Okay, thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he was a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
She loved Dawson very much.
Did she resent him?
No.
You are familiar with, as her husband, Lindsay's, let's say, use of social media, such as Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us, would you look at her Facebook a lot and the pictures that she would post?
To be honest, no, not really.
Okay. Were you able to identify any of her postings on Facebook?
Probably.
Representative, over the years, or the period of time, I'm going to ask if you can identify this particular Facebook.
Your Honor, if we may approach briefly.
Sure, yeah, Counsel.
Sorry, guys. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I had to grab some food real quick. Oh, I'm sure Patrick's got a lot of support there with him. I'm sure of it. His family's there. He knew what he knew, guys. He was prepped before trial. You can believe that. This man was prepared as best he could for what was coming. He was made aware of all of it. He knew they were going to show those videos, these exhibits. You have to be upfront with your witnesses. Never hard. It's not easy for them, right? It's incredibly hard to testify in court about what's happening. Are y'all still with me? What's happening here? Did they go? What happened? Did they go on break and I missed it?
Made up songs for them.
Of course, is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of one of your rooms?
It's Paw Patrol.
Okay. And again, following through on that same theme, you recognize this photograph as well being another portion of that wall?
Yeah.
And what are those, decals?
Yeah, they're just big stickers.
Okay. In the interest of...
It's
60 and 61.
Okay, thank you.
Can you describe for the jurors her relationship with Dawson? I know he was a little kid, but I mean, did she, to your observation, did she love Dawson?
Miss something.
She loved Dawson very much.
In the kitchen. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, sidebar, thank you. Yeah, Forrest, I think you're right. We're going to see a lot of sidebars in this case. Again, I would think that they would do a lot of this beforehand, before trial, especially when the judge is going through pretrial conferences and all this, and we are entering exhibits into discovery and such. I feel like some attorney, I don't know why they wait till court to do some of this stuff. A lot of us feel that way, so Joy. I mean, we're here to be open minded, and we do understand because we went ahead and read the lawsuit document, right? And if those allegations are true, um, this prosecutor might want to tread lightly because they're not people are not real happy with this prosecutor's decision to even go forward with murder at this point or to this degree. All right, it's not even a debate that she did it or not. I think people were confused in the beginning. Why don't she just avoid trial? I I think they thought she was trying to get away with it and wanted a not guilty conviction and could go home today. Not happening. So yeah, it's a big heavy case, and we are trying to do it the best way we can and be open minded all the way through it, reserving our right to change our opinion as more evidence is presented, like Cyree. Y'all remember all them ridiculous amounts of sidebars in Karen Reed? We can't act like we're shocked. We're just done with it. Or we know this could be. We know there's a better way. No, they don't know the questions the other side will pose about the evidence, but they're acting like the evidence is a problem in some of the cases. What I'm saying. They act like the evidence is a problem when it's really not, and they want us to think that. All evidence has to be entered into court and shown to the jury. Any and all evidence, including the baby's clothes. And weird videos from the park showing your children alive and happy and well to torture a set of parents who are already suffering. Yeah, okay. They just need to overhaul our system, y'all. We've accepted this is all how it's supposed to be. Attorneys are making money, what, by the hour? Just saying. Some of this can be chalked up to courtroom theatrics too. Certain attorneys like to wreak a little havoc here and there. Y'all seen many trials? Dr. John said that he's never really seen anybody act like Olivia Gonzalez in a courtroom reading a victim impact statement. I was like, Dr. John, where have you been, sir? Really? You've never seen that before in a courtroom? I can pull up a couple of cases right now and show you where it's happened, including trying to attack the defendant with physically attacking him. What do you mean you never heard of this shit before? Poor Koberger might feel he may feel some sort of way now because of Olivia's strong words. I think Dr. John has a problem with strong women because the one he's got so overpowering, he don't know what to do, and he's like, don't like it from no other women. John, you're projecting. Your own strong, independent woman is so much you come for all the rest of us like we the devil. We've evaluated you, sir. Yeah, Rachel, but the prosecutor's like, no, 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 it's cold blooded, premeditated. She lied about her mental health. That's what the prosecution laid out in their opening statement. Her attorney just tried to go right back at him and say, y'all called her lazy and didn't want to go back to work. Their objection, Your Honor. Not exactly what we said. I remember day one. I don't know why they're wasting the court's time with it, Rachel. It's really weird and bizarre, isn't it? They might interrupt him, Rachel, like Lori Hillis, and then, my God, he's going to go talk about how pissed he was. I was pissed. She cut me off. I'm like, that dude don't know me. I'll be accidentally cutting you off all the time. A thought enters my head, and I'm like, wait a minute, what about this? Sorry, that seemed rude, but I didn't mean to cut you off, John. I'd cut him off so many times he'd cry.
Mr. Clancy, and if I ask a question and it's difficult, or if you need a break, I'm sure that, listeners will certainly give you a break.
Yep.
Like, push too hard, just let me know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Appreciate it.
Okay, so again, just representative of the Facebook postings that Lindsay would post as the mother of your children. This, for example, would be July of 2018.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors who that would be?
That's Cora.
Moving forward, say June of 2021. Can you tell us who that?
That's Cora and Dawson.
Okay. Again, the end of July 2021.
That's us with Cora and Dawson.
August 2021.
Dawson.
Okay. End of August 2021.
It's Cora and Dawson.
August again of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Number 1 of 21.
It's Cora and Dawson.
Is that first day of preschool?
Yeah.
September of 21.
That's Lindsay and Cora.
And was that some kind of like a family fun day, if you recall, where there was like lots of things for kids to get in?
Yeah.
The end of September 21.
Um,
Callan?
no, that's Dawson.
Dawson, okay. September 21. Callan was born when? Sorry.
May 2022.
Okay. And Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2021.
That's Cora's birthday.
Okay, and that's her birthday party that year?
Yeah.
Now that's 2021, right?
Correct.
Fast forward 1 year, and that would be December, Christmas of 2022, right?
Right.
And was that when you guys had the birthday party for Cora at the trampolines?
No.
When was that?
I believe it was January 7th.
Okay, but that would have been for that particular birthday, right?
That was for the birthday with friends because most people weren't available on Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then down. Again, September 1st of 22. Remember when that was taken?
Yeah, that's with Callan and Dawson.
Was that your yard?
That's in the backyard.
Backyard, okay. This would have been September of 22, obviously right before 23, right?
Right.
And again, for this one here, July of 22, can you tell the jurors, you guys had a pretty good summer that year?
It was a good summer. Yeah, that was on Cape Cod.
This picture was on Cape Cod?
Yeah.
A couple of points that I wanted to raise, sir, with you. We have an email sent from your, is it Surface Pro, is that what it's called?
That was my laptop. Yeah.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if you can identify this as being an email that you sent.
Yeah.
Okay. Right off of that, Your Honor.
The objection.
I'd just like to know the purpose of.
Purpose? I'll
Yes.
tell you the purpose.
No,
We should go for sidebar.
sure, yeah.
Boop. Oh, goodness gracious. Hey, Kelly, welcome in. It is a tough one. Yeah, we can all see it, when he's up there testifying that he has to look at the videos from day one, these images today. Again, it makes us question the prosecutor, right? Because they're not in the court trying to get Lindsay free and a not guilty verdict. So not that. So why would the prosecution choose to go forward with such charges and not negotiate
thank you.
with Lindsay?
That may be admitted.
Not like negotiate, but y'all know what I mean. Understand what was happening here. And probably charging accordingly. Yeah, these sidebars aren't coming as a surprise to me, y'all. Karen Reed reminiscence. It's aggravating as hell, but it is what it is.
Well, while we're waiting for the copy, let me just move on to something else. Do you recall yesterday the district attorney was asking you a question or stated to you that on December 2nd of 2022 that you and your wife went to a fancy hotel in Boston and she had a massage and you both had a big dinner? Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yeah.
And in fact, would you agree, sir, that you did not, in fact, go to a fancy hotel on December 2nd of 22, being a Saturday night before your anniversary, the 3rd? You stayed at home, didn't you?
We did. We stayed at home.
And when you were asked that question by the DA, she wanted the inference to be that Lindsay Clancy in December of 22 was so relaxed that she wanted to have a massage and have a big dinner in a hotel. In fact, she was in her bedroom that night, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained. If you could rephrase that.
I'm approaching you with what appears to be from one of the photographs that the district attorney had showed you yesterday with her in a mask, and I believe the Dawson in a mask, right? And then, okay, so
Yep.
now that photograph, sir, was actually preserved, if you will, on the Laptop Pro computer. Isn't that right? Did she send that to you?
She sent it to my computer.
Okay.
I don't know.
And where was she? Do you remember when that picture was taken? Let me
I
just show you.
didn't see
what the- yeah. That's what the photograph was.
It looks like they're at the doctor.
At the doctor's office, okay. And can you tell me the date that picture, right-hand corner top, what date was that picture taken and sent to your computer?
It's December 2nd.
The same date that we're talking about, correct? And what
Correct.
time was the picture sent?
12:45 p.m.
So the jury. So, when you're dealing with these things on the computers, it's a little hard sometimes to understand what they're depicting, and I'm having a hard time moving it. There it is. All right. Right there, you see that there? That's the date that we're talking about, right?
Right. Just to clarify, though, it looks like that was on an iPhone.
Oh, I'm sorry, iPhone. Okay, it was sent to you, though.
Correct.
And it was on December 2nd, the date that the DA was suggesting you were in Boston having massages and dinner, right?
Objection, that was December 3rd.
All right. It's just,
It's
well,
the jury's memory, but.
yeah, if you can answer that.
Do you recall, sir, that she also had sent you the same day, or taken a picture of what appears to be Cora's Christmas list, wish list? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you look at the record on that, that was sent if you can read that,
It's December 2nd at 6:13 p.m.
6:13 p.m. And then finally, if you look at the metadata that is apparently buried in the photograph, it gives latitude and longitude of where the photograph was taken. Is that right? You're familiar with metadata, I would imagine. No way I can't do this.
The tape on the thing tells you where to put the.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's our address.
Okay. And that would be the metadata with the latitude and the longitude, and shows you where these photos were taken, correct?
Correct.
What author these, Ron?
So I think we had Exhibit 76. They're making a copy of that. Do you want to mark that? I don't know if we marked that yet. That was the earlier one, just so everybody can keep this straight. And this latest email would be Exhibit 77.
That would be the letter, the email? Yeah, the email right here. Okay. Yes.
Exhibit 76 and 77.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, sir, Exhibit 76 is an email from you to, and we will going to delete the people that are on the email, if I may, Your Honor, as we mark it as an exhibit. Let me approach you. Does it indicate the date and the time at the very top? You sent that email to your staff members or people that work with you.
It does. Yep.
Tell the jurors what the date was.
It's January 24th at 5:24.
And that was sent from your Surface Pro?
I don't know, actually. It could have been sent from my iPhone.
Okay. Right off of this one. Sorry,
Yeah. That would be Exhibit 76.
Now, when was Callan born?
May 26, 2022.
My memory serves that it was a good birth. It was not easy birth, but I mean, there were no complications.
There are no complications.
And were both of you very happy with Callan being
Yeah.
born healthy?
Yeah, we felt very lucky.
And then in that summer of 22, you had one of the best summers that you've had, right?
Yeah.
What happened in September, October of 2022?
Lindsay's mental health started to deteriorate.
And when you say that, sir, what is it that you, as her husband, observed?
Just increased stress and anxiety.
And did she, as a result of that, go to see or reach out for help to see someone?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe it was Jennifer Tufts.
Now, Jennifer Tufts is a psychiatrist,
Yeah.
and where is she located?
I never went to her office. Somewhere on the South Shore.
Do you remember when Lindsay went to see Jennifer Tufts?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was sometime in September. Oh, I wasn't really involved at the beginning of Jennifer Tufts.
Of course. Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22? Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22 you Googled suicide. You respond no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled it, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall.
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist.
He's a what artist?
Like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. Do you recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records?
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Okay. Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump or a computer records dump, you get a printout of all the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right,
Yep.
down a little bit, you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. Let me see here. So, here, we've got so that shows you when somebody Googles, and then it goes Wikipedia, and you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah.
Now, you didn't, as you said to the DA, you didn't Google suicide methods, right?
I didn't Google suicide methods, no.
But in fact, sir, when you Googled Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you
Yeah.
do. I don't. Hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink, just so I know?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Right off of this.
Any objection?
Can I just see the packet?
Oh, yeah.
Again, Your Honor, I got that discovery from the DA, so it's.
Well, it's an email from his
We'll just
expert, not us.
just take a look at it and we'll kind of go from there. Hold on a second.
While she's looking at that, I just asked her, what is a URL? What does that mean?
Hold on a second. Wait till she gets a chance to finish.
Yes, I would object.
If I could see counsel.
I had to take a restroom break. Y'all, they're getting into the search of it all. Who searched what actually came up in the search, what you were actually searching versus how slung to die in cold, brought back to the front from the background, pocket dialing, pocket states. Buckle up, buttercups. I had to take a there goes my phone again. All right.
So while that's being marked Exhibit E for ID, basically, that would at least refresh your memory, sir, that in fact, inadvertently, that you touched the Wikipedia thing for suicide, but it was for Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Sounds like that was the case.
Okay. Do you recall what medication Lindsay was put on by Dr. Tufts?
She started with Zoloft.
Oops,
Now,
sorry.
counsel had asked you about whether or not Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And it was, you were at a wedding, is that right? You were walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. She basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of your kitchen?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows a bunch of books that are in like a cabinet or something, right?
Right.
I'm going to show you this enlarged spine, if you will, of a book. I'm going to ask if you ever saw that before.
I don't recall seeing this.
Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says, "Good moms have scary thoughts."
And I'm going to approach you with this document, sir, which would be a number of pages from the book, the cover of the book, and the inside of the book. Just, you've never seen that before, though?
Don't recall seeing this.
So with that understanding, Your Honor, I will not offer this at this time.
Hold on. Counsel Como, if you could, Mr. Reddick, if you could show
not.
what it is that you.
I'm sorry, you said you're not offering it?
Well, I don't know what the foundation is.
Okay.
All right. Any objection?
No.
Okay.
So can I put it in?
Yes, that's
Oh,
fine.
okay, great, thank you.
No objection to him not offering it.
All right.
If
No,
I
I'm
could just
lost.
look at it,
Yeah.
there may
Why
not.
don't we do this? Why doesn't everybody come over here with that, and we can kind of figure out where we go?
I was trying to get something to drink before I walked outside for a few minutes, but geez, they don't give us time to do much of anything but call for the next sidebar.
I would offer the book, well, a copy of the book.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Get it together, attorneys. Oh, I keep forgetting my phone is up. See, I'm doing it on my phone, so when I walk away, I can monitor the situation.
Who was the next doctor, if you recall, that Lindsay went to consult with?
Julie Paul.
And is this a doctor or a nurse practitioner?
I don't remember with Julie Paul. It was very brief.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that Julie Paul was at South Shore?
Yeah.
Naval or-
Correct.
And Julie Paul was a friend of your mother's, is that right?
Yeah, I think they were acquaintances. Yeah.
And your mother was a nurse also at South Shore Hospital.
In L&D. Yeah.
L&D Labor and Delivery, same thing. Okay. And your mother was good enough to refer Lindsay to this person to consult with, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was a formal referral. I think she just said this is a specialist that you might want to talk with.
All right. And did she go to see the specialist?
Yeah.
And did you go with her, or was this a,
No, I never met
should
Julie
back
Paul.
myself up, were these like in-person meetings, or are they like, what do you call them, Zoom meetings? And
Most of the meetings were Zoom. The only in-person that I'm aware of was with Rebecca Gelata.
Rebecca Gelata, okay, and that was because you insisted on it, right?
I thought it was warranted at that time, yeah.
Right, because you were pretty much at your wit's end with the 15-minute Zooms, and you wanted to sit down eyeball to eyeball and talk to this person, right?
I hadn't attended any prior to that. I just wanted to get clarification. I wanted to see if we could get on the same page.
All right. So now Lindsay's on Zoloft from Dr. Tufts, the psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And then that runs into when you guys, she goes to see Nurse Paul.
Can you clarify?
What was it?
Can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, what month? When was it that she saw Nurse Paul?
Maybe October, but I'm not sure.
Okay. When she saw Nurse Paul, do you remember where she saw Nurse Paul, or was it a video thing?
I don't know. I wasn't involved.
Okay. Did Nurse Paul prescribe medication to her?
A lot, if he knows.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Do you recall whether or not, to your opinion, that she had any reactions to the Zoloft that she had been placed on by Dr. Tufts?
I don't know any observations that were made.
Right, so it's not guesswork, it's observations, anything you saw and observed.
Yeah, it seemed to align with her insomnia symptoms.
Now, the insomnia, inability to sleep, was that a significant problem from your observations with her?
Yeah, it was a huge problem.
And when you say huge problem, was there one point when she was on medication from Tufts that, in fact, she had gone 48 hours, I think, without sleep?
Yeah.
And that was disturbing to her?
Yeah, and it was just hard to function.
And how about you? Was it disturbing to you?
I just wanted her to get sleep and feel better.
Now, during that period of time, she then went and saw the next doctor, a nurse practitioner, which we talked about, which would be nurse practitioner Paul at South Shore, right?
Right.
Now, after seeing nurse practitioner Paul, if you remember, or no, did you observe, did she seem to get better or did she seem to get worse?
It would be hard to say. I think it was a week at most. So it's really hard to say in that short a time frame.
Sure. And when you say a week at most, you mean that's like she was seeing nurse practitioner Paul for about a week?
Yeah, and I mean, she may have only seen her once. It was very brief, and then she got reassigned somewhere, so.
And the reason, if you know, that she got reassigned somewhere would be nurse practitioner Gelata, right?
Right.
Same practice, right?
Right.
And the reason was because Paul moved on to another job, right?
Right.
So Lindsay wasn't out doctor hunting. She was referred by the nurse practitioner that was referred to you guys by your mom because Paul was leaving, right?
Yeah, she just switched doctors in the same practice.
All right. Now she sees Dr. Gelata, right?
Right.
Did Dr. Gelata, to your knowledge, put her on medication?
Yeah.
And what was the medication, if you know?
Mainly Seroquel and benzodiazepines, Ativan.
Now, benzodiazepines, they're addictive, right?
Apparently.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
And a benzo would be, for example, Ativan, correct?
Correct.
Now, Seroquel, she was placed on Seroquel as well, is that correct?
Right.
And to your observation, again, you're not a doctor, what you saw of your wife, was she affected positively or negatively by the Seroquel that she was on?
It appeared that she was affected very negatively, and she was reporting that that she was getting worse on the Seroquel.
And do you know, did she report that to Dr. Gelata?
Yeah.
When she would consult with Dr. Gelata, prior to you actually going, do you know, were they all on video? If you know.
I believe, yeah, they were all on Zoom.
Okay. Do you have any opinion for the jury as to approximately how long these meetings on Zoom would be with the nurse practitioner?
Probably around 20 minutes.
At some point, do you recall that you went with Lindsay to see Dr. Gelada? Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember, if you remember, when that was?
Early December.
In early December of 2022, can you tell the jury from your observations, how did Lindsay appear? How was she acting? How was she faring?
She was extremely sleep deprived and just highly anxious.
Was there a number of occasions that you would actually see her on the sofa, rocking back and forth with her head under a pillow?
Yeah.
Did you report that and other symptoms to Dr. Gelada?
Lindsay did.
So when was it, if you recall, that you went and saw Dr. Gelada with your wife, person to person?
When was it?
Yep.
Early December. I think it was December 6th.
And do you remember, you have a pretty good memory about this, do you remember what medication she was prescribed by Gelada?
Coming out of that meeting.
Yep.
Yeah, she increased the Seroquel significantly, and then she prescribed her Valium to help taper off of the benzos.
Taper off the benzos?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, did Lindsay go to doctors to seek out benzodiazepines or drugs just because she was a drug addict?
No. Lindsay, I think, wanted to. She definitely didn't want to take any more benzodiazepines, and definitely didn't want to take any more Seroquel. I think that it wasn't really a matter of trying to get off the medication. It was just trying to get on the right medication.
Okay. Let's say mid-December, what observations, if any, heading up towards Christmas, did you guys endure?
She seemed to get worse. The Seroquel was increased to 400 milligrams.
400?
Yeah. And,
By Dr. Gelada?
Yeah. And the idea behind that was it would help with sleep, but she didn't get better. She got worse.
Do you recall that at one point she went to a place called Women's and Infants in Rhode Island?
Right.
Women and Infants Center for Women's Behavioral Health. Do you recall that?
Right.
Do you remember when she actually went to Women's Behavioral Health?
Sometime in mid-December. I don't know the exact date.
All right. So if I suggest to you, sir, that I have certified copies of the Women and Infants medical records indicating that on December 20th of 2022, that was the day that you dropped her off at Women. Does that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer the certified copies of the Women and Infants hospital records.
I would object, we don't have a copy of those.
All right.
You don't have these?
Could I see everybody here?
So, Mr. Clancy, do you remember that day, December 20th of 2022, that she
Yeah.
went to that place? How did she get there?
I drove her.
And do you remember dropping her off?
Yeah.
Do you remember what her state of mind was to go there? Was she scared? Was she happy? Was she...
I think she was scared.
Do you remember what you did that day?
I took Dawson skiing.
And where did you go skiing?
Wachusett.
At some point in the afternoon, did you receive a phone call?
Yeah.
Was it from Lindsay?
Yeah.
And as a result of the phone call, what did you do?
She said that you need to come pick me up, and the doctors here want to talk to you, have you come in and talk for a bit.
Okay. Did you go and talk to him?
Yeah.
Do you remember who you talked to?
I don't remember their names.
Do you remember the conversation? Did you describe or indicate what her symptoms were at that point in December 20th of 2022?
Yeah, the conversation was they didn't.
Objection? Yes. All right. Sustained at this time.
Did the people at Women's and Infants Facility in Rhode Island prescribe any medication to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
They provide any counseling or anything?
I think they tried to, but they felt that it wasn't the right fit for Lindsay.
Okay. Do you recall that in fact it was because of the drugs? They weren't sure what symptomology would be because of the drugs?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not the people at Women and Infants in Rhode Island reached out to Dr. Gelada?
Objection.
I don't think so.
If he knows.
I don't think they did, no.
And was it one day or half a day that she went to Women and Infants in Rhode Island?
It was a half a day.
Half a day. So after you pick her up and you bring her home, it's now you and the kids and Lindsay, and it's days before Christmas, right?
Yeah, and her parents were there.
Why were her parents there?
They were visiting, trying to help out, and I took Dawson to Wachusett, so they stayed home with Cora and Kellen.
Now, during that time frame in December of 22, maybe a little bit before, maybe after Thanksgiving, did your mom and dad and Lindsay's parents come to your house and try to help out with the kids?
Yeah, I think it was separately, though.
Yeah, of course, it would be separate. I mean, what would they do?
Just be there, help out, play with them, to get takeout, play Scrabble.
Did Lindsay's mother and father actually stay there and sleep in the basement for
They did, yeah.
time? Were you aware personally, let me back up, you and Lindsay as husband and wife would in effect sleep in the same bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah.
There was an occasion, though, that she said to you about you go downstairs, and then I think she ended up downstairs?
Yeah, for the purposes of her getting better sleep.
And for her purposes of getting better sleep, were you aware that on one occasion she used a gummy, a sleep aid gummy? Did you know that?
I don't recall that, but we did have them in the house.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, was Lindsay a person that liked to smoke the weed and use the CBDs oils and all that stuff, or did she not imbibe in that?
No, she didn't smoke.
So you had these gummies in the house, sleep aid, right?
I mean, some people might call them a sleep aid.
Okay. Heading into the holidays of 22, do you recall where you spent Christmas?
I think it was at our house. We celebrated Cora's birthday. And then I think we actually went down to Wallingford, Connecticut to be with her parents after.
Her parents?
Yeah.
Okay. And then heading into January of 23, who did she then see for doctors or nurse practitioners, if you know?
After she got back from McLean,
Yes.
she switched back to Jennifer Tufts.
Now, before she switches back to Tufts in January, on New Year's of 2022, 2023, you guys drive to Boston, go to MGH, and ultimately she turns herself into McLean Hospital, right?
Right.
Now, McLean Hospital is basically a locked ward facility, correct?
Correct.
Was she allowed to just wander around and leave the place whenever she wanted?
She couldn't leave, but
Couldn't leave.
inside she could go to different areas.
Can you tell the jury what her state of mind was as she went to McLean Hospital with her husband on New Year's 23 at that point?
She was scared. She didn't want to go, but I think it was the second time we went to the ER, and I said, you have to go.
Now at McLean Hospital, I know you visited with her, is that correct?
Yeah.
District Attorney asked you yesterday about the excellent care that she was provided with all these counselors and therapists, and you indicated that it was your understanding that she was playing with clay and coloring, right?
Right.
Can you describe for the jury what McLean was like to you as a husband visiting his wife? In other words, were there doctors, were there nurses, were there people in the hallways?
What I saw was it looked like mainly nurses. It was the tail end of COVID, so they were mostly behind this plastic covered area. And it could have been just the time of day that I visited, but people were hanging around, watching TV, playing with clay.
Do you know whether or not she saw a doctor, psychiatrist, ultimately from McLean Hospital?
I was not aware of that. The only one I was aware of it was the doctor on the second to last or final day.
And what was that, Dr. Goodhart?
Yeah.
And did you speak to Dr. Goodhart?
I ended up calling her.
Let's call her.
I wanted to see what her evaluation was. So I gave her a call and we spoke, and she said, she's clearly depressed.
Sustained.
Okay. So you spoke to Dr. Goodhart.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these, right? McLean?
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her a bill of health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And off of the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Now, you know when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and it says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times
Yeah.
medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends, like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this. Handwriting.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping?
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
That may be admitted.
Thank you. There was an occasion where she told you, in the presence of her mother, that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And that it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. Is that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there?
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work?
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
But let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 is a month before she is telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month and a week or so before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yeah.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant, you were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch, as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right? I'm going to approach you, sir, and one of the books that was in the kitchen cabinet, I believe. You remember if you ever saw this one?
I don't think so.
But is it fair to say, sir, that she had a number of books, about parenting and things like that, and this one here was pregnancy and postpartum anxiety workbook. Did she have workbooks that you were aware of, or work diagrams and things like that?
She had books of different sorts.
So you can't identify this as being in the kitchen, right?
I don't recall seeing that book, no.
That might
Yeah.
be his idea.
Sure.
Thank you. By the way, I'll withdraw that. I'm going to approach you, sir, with this document. Excuse me. And ask if you can identify it.
It says postpartum depression and anxiety patient information sheet.
And if you go towards the end there, does it appear to be her writing in it?
Yeah.
Okay. That off of this one?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Yeah. Understand. Now, sir, looking at this item, it's got a bunch of flowers on the front. Appears to be a notebook. Is it your understanding that the state police went in your house and they seized all sorts of items, such as this?
Yep.
So we don't have originals, the police do, but these
Right.
are copies. Fair and accurate?
Yeah.
Is that the caption that you were referring to?
Yes.
Postpartum depression and anxiety.
Yes.
And at the end of this particular document, you would agree, sir, that it has writing? Oops.
Yeah.
And whose writing is that?
Lindsay's.
And is this like a book or notes that she would take documenting on a daily basis any effect that she had from postpartum?
It appears to be the case.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would offer the records of Dr. Jennifer Tufts, ASTA mental health records.
No
Oh,
objection.
all right, that may be, they may be admitted.
I'm going to have to, I think, maybe talk to the DA about this, because I do have a lot of tabs and notes in this one. I know we have clean copies, right?
We have a clean copy we were planning to admit,
All right,
so that's
good,
not a problem.
okay.
So we'll enter that, and then before, we can then substitute it with a clean copy.
Thank you.
Don, can I see the exhibit for the, oh. One of the things that you had identified yesterday was the document that you obtained from CVS, is that correct?
Yes.
It sets forth all of the medications that were purchased by Lindsay, by prescription from the physicians that she had seen during that period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated yesterday that the police had seized a number of pill bottles, and then you also had a number of pill bottles, is that right?
Right.
And the pill bottles that you had, do you recall, what are the circumstances that you had them in a bag in your car?
The reason I had them in a bag is because sometimes a provider would adjust medications. So, for example, I do remember Lindsay had a prescription of Ativan, and then a few days later they wanted to increase the dosage because it wasn't effective. So what they would do is they would say, give that old prescription to your husband, he'll discard it, and then continue taking from the new prescription.
When the DA yesterday went through that there were scripts and there were pills with a 30 count, but then there's 27 and 3 were gone, but that's because she wasn't taking her medication. That's not the case. It was what you were told to do, right?
Correct. Yeah. Without that context, it paints a different picture.
Exhibit 2 would be the pills that you had turned in, I believe. Is that correct? That were in your bag, in your car?
Right.
I know you can't tell from looking at the bag.
I remembered it's Exhibit 2, though.
Okay. Wednesday, January 24th, one of the troopers located 4 medication bottles, and at some point on the 26th, at about 2:30 in the afternoon, bottles were then documented by the police. When was it, if you know, that you turned these items in to the police?
I believe it was after the event. I don't remember the exact date, but I remember I told them I do have other prescriptions in my truck still, and I gave them to them.
Okay. So the police already went in with a search warrant. They already seized all the drugs that they could find in the house, in the kitchen, in the bedroom. Were there drugs in the kitchen, by the way?
Yeah.
They're all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And they seized them, right?
Yeah.
And then you, to be cooperative, told the police that you also had pills in your car, and you went to the DA's office and gave them to Attorney Sprague and the state police, right?
Right. But to be clear, those were discontinued prescriptions.
These are the ones like that she stopped.
Correct.
All right. And then you had new prescriptions, so there were new prescriptions that were prescribed to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search,
Yeah.
you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer, obviously?
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that, I see, Trazodone, Lindsay Clancy, prescribed on January 5, 23. Creatinine, January. Creatinine, 100 milligrams, prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, they're all empty too, right?
Yeah.
Because these are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right? Lamotrigine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th of 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right? There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
So, what is this item, sir? If you can identify that for us.
It's a face mask for sleeping.
To sleep?
Yeah.
Now, you had mentioned something, I think, about pillow spray. What is that?
She bought some pillow spray. It apparently helps you sleep.
And did you see her using that on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, she did.
Your Honor, I would offer Rob.
If I could just see,
Yeah.
I think you.
And I think there's a watch on the side there. Oh.
No objection.
Okay. Do you want to put that in as one exhibit? Sure. Okay.
Now, in reference to the Apple Watch, sir, how many Apple Watches did she have? If you
Just
know?
one.
Just one. It's the only one she had. Police never seized it, right?
Correct.
And the drugs that were in the drawer, the empty drugs and the pill bottles from January, December, 22, 23, the police never seized them, did they?
No.
I'm showing you an item, sir. It's like a little green vase. Have you ever seen that before?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Objection. We could go to sidebar.
Yeah, can I see counsel sidebar, please?
To your knowledge, sir, was she advised by nurse practitioner Tufts to keep a nighttime dump diary of all of her thoughts and write them down so that she had something that she could refer to?
Not that I'm aware of.
You ever see her writing notes in a diary or like a thing with dates on it, November 23rd, for example, things of that nature?
I knew she kept notes, but I didn't see her doing it.
I'm going to show you this document. I asked, that appears to be her handwriting.
Yeah.
And does that contain indication as to her state of mind, particular date, or dates thereafter?
Yeah.
Just take a look at the other pages just to
Yep.
You want to write it off of this?
Commonwealth?
Can I see it, please?
Yeah.
And I got it from the state police, so it's, assume you guys have it.
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
I'm going to show you another document, Sarah. It appears to be a document. Do you recognize her handwriting in that document, the dates, September 29th, for example, 22?
Yes.
And does that appear to, can you tell us what that appears to be, sir, if you know?
Looks like a schedule for Callan.
And the schedule for Callan, that would be, what, like when he's eating or sleeping or something like that?
Yeah, naps. Yeah.
So, for example, where it says September 29th, there it is, 22, and then it makes reference to Callan, last fed with a time frame, and then there's a bunch of pages like that go forward on those dates. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Put him down for a nap, 9:35 with a smiley face, things like that, right?
Right.
Is this typical for Lindsay, that she would document these things as a new mother?
Yeah.
Was she being controlling, in your opinion, of her child and of you by doing this schedule?
No, I found it helpful.
For this, Your Honor, I don't think there's any.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
One of the things, sir, that the district attorney had asked you about is the exhibits of the, I think it was the window in the bedroom. You said it was 20 feet drop to the ground.
Right.
Is that right? This is a photograph of the same one you already introduced, but I just don't know where it is. So this is the photograph of the house. You can identify that, right?
Yeah, that's the living room window.
Okay. And the window that you're talking about, that's 20 feet up, would be on the very top of that picture, correct?
Sim.
Correct.
Now, when you identified this picture, I can't see. You see that there's some kind of an orange ball, appears to be an orange ball underneath the sill
Yeah.
to the left. It appears to be red marks or red spots, like possibly blood above it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jurors what that little orange ball is?
Yeah, we had a woodpecker who would peck at the house and create holes. That's why I prepared some of the other sections too. And I took some foam and filled the hole.
I'd offer that, Your Honor, just continuity.
No
All
objection.
right, that may be admitted.
And I'd also, if I may, just the top picture, I believe is also, see where it looks like fingerprints or blood on the edge of the window on the second floor. You see that? That's from the house?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Attorney Reddy.
Yeah. Okay, I'm talking about the hornet thing right here. And then this is, I see on this top here, okay. So you see on the top of this window here, it's not a very good picture. Underneath the hornet thing, you can see it, but in the exhibit, you can see there's like blood drops or blood smears there.
Yeah. I
That's
see
the
it.
first floor window that's directly underneath the second floor window, right?
Right.
Okay. That offer these, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
They may be admitted.
I'm all set, thank you, sir.
All right. Commonwealth, redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know.
We could
I don't know what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking you what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about PDLX, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa at the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah, it was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
And was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as an specific.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct, but the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
And you were asked about the Facebook search in August 23rd, 2022. And you were asked about being on the Surface Pro and looking up the country singer who had killed himself. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So I think that what you said when you were asked by defense counsel about whether or not you accidentally went to this site on methods of suicide, you said that could be likely, that might have happened. You're not sure, correct?
It's so subtle that I don't remember specifically, but I do remember listening to Tom T. Hall.
Okay. How often did you listen to him?
It was like for a week.
Okay. And so were you aware that on 8/23, August 23rd, 2022, at 9:40 a.m., someone signed into Lindsay's Facebook account on the Surface Pro?
No.
And then at 9:43 p.m. is when the Tom Hall site was accessed. Do you recall that?
No.
And at 9:45 a.m. is when a person not just hit a link by accident, but actually had to click on a link to go to suicide methods. Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been going in and logging on to Lindsay's Facebook account while going on Wikipedia and looking at suicide methods all in that same 5 minutes?
I didn't log into Lindsay's Facebook ever. It's very possible that I looked at Tom Hall's Wikipedia page, but
At some point?
yeah.
Do you remember spending 3 minutes on the Methods of Suicide site, scrolling through and reading the Methods of Suicide site for 3 minutes?
No, I don't remember something I did for 3 minutes almost 4 years ago.
Do you remember being on that site, the Methods of Suicide, and clicking on a link to a bridge in Australia that people use to commit suicide?
No.
No. So in this 5 minutes or so where someone's using the Surface Pro, using Lindsay's Facebook while doing that, and then clicking on these links you don't remember, you think it might have been you?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, you talked about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital. You said that it was a locked ward, she had to stay there, is that correct?
Correct.
But it was a voluntary commitment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't file any legal paperwork to have her committed, correct?
Correct.
There was no court order making her stay there, correct?
Correct.
So if she wanted to leave and expressed to the doctors that she wanted to leave, and they didn't believe she was a danger to herself or others, she could leave, correct?
To be honest, I don't know.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you visited her 2 times during the time that she was there at McLean, right?
At least twice, yeah.
And you said those were in the evening hours, is that correct?
Yeah, afternoon, evening.
Afternoon and evening. So you weren't there during the morning and early afternoon hours when they were offering these group therapies and when she was meeting with other practitioners?
I wasn't there in the morning.
Okay. And were you there during the, when the staff was checking on her every 15 minutes?
No, but she did tell me about that.
Okay. And were you aware that she was evaluated several times and at first she had to stay on the unit, but then eventually based on what she was telling them, she was allowed to go on the grounds with staff?
I was aware that she went on at least one walk.
Okay. And so people were seeing her and interacting with her and changing the way her stay went at McLean Hospital throughout her stay.
Yeah.
And you talked about Dr. Goodhart recommending medications. What was the medication that you said that she recommended?
I thought it was Cymbalta, but I think she ended up taking amitriptyline.
So looking here at the CVS records that you provided, we see, I'm sorry, here we go. see here, here we go. Aaliyah Goodhart, second from the bottom,
Yep.
trazodone, 50 milligrams. So you thought that Dr. Goodhart had just recommended medication when there was actually a prescription that was given by Dr. Goodhart, correct?
Right, but I believe, so there's another one as well, lorazepam. I believe those were prescribed while she was staying there.
And so they were filled at CVS and sent to McLean?
Possibly. I remember there was an issue where she didn't have her medications when she went to McLean, so she needed them to be brought there.
She was discharged on January 5th, correct?
Right.
Are you aware that this document from CVS says that the prescription for trazodone 50 milligrams prescribed by Dr. Aaliyah Goodhart was filled on January 5th, 2023?
Right.
Okay. And then the other prescription by Dr. Goodhart, the lorazepam, was also 1 milligram lorazepam was also filled on January 5th, 2023, correct?
Yeah.
So that's when she was discharged, not while she was staying there, correct?
Right, that's correct.
So Dr. Goodhart did in fact prescribe medication for Lindsay, trazodone and Ativan, and not Cymbalta, correct?
She recommended Cymbalta, but she wasn't the one who prescribed that.
And in fact, no one prescribed that, correct?
Because it ended up switching to amitriptyline.
And the amitriptyline was prescribed by Dr. Jennifer Tufts, correct?
Right.
And Dr. Tufts prescribed 5 milligrams of diazepam on January 9th, 2023, correct?
Right.
And amitriptyline on January 16th. It was 10 milligrams of amitriptyline. And that was prescribed when Lindsay said she was having some issues with depression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she went to McLean Hospital and she was weaned off the Seroquel, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And all the medications that she had taken prior to going to McLean, she was no longer on, those were gone, correct? Once she had been in McLean.
I don't know if it was, I'm not sure. I don't know if it was all of them.
Well, did you have conversations with your wife about what she was taking? I mean, were you aware that she was only on, only prescribed trazodone and Ativan when she left McLean, and then amitriptyline was only added on the 16th? So just those 3 medications?
Yeah, but I thought she was taking trazodone before McLean.
Right, so she had been prescribed it before and stopped taking it, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look back on records.
So you're not sure about what she was taking and when, are you?
Not the exact dates, but I remember she was taking trazodone, and I thought she was taking it before McLean.
So the best resource of what she was prescribed and when would most likely be the doctors and the CVS records then, correct?
The CVS records is a good resource.
And you talked about the pills and how these were pills that she was no longer on, so it wasn't really a good representation of what she had taken, correct?
Correct.
But she was only prescribed Zoloft once, right? At the very beginning?
Right.
And she only took 7 of those pills, correct?
Right.
So it wasn't as if she was prescribed a higher dose or a different dose of Zoloft and was still taking that, and so that 7 pills misrepresents the Zoloft she took, right?
I believe she switched because, or she stopped because she was switched to Prozac.
Okay. And then even going forward, the Prozac, there weren't many pills taken out of that either, correct?
Yeah, eventually she stopped that as well.
Okay. So she'd take a few pills, she'd have some side effects, they'd switch the medication, correct?
Yes.
And so they were trying to figure out what would work for her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then she ends up at McLean because she's having difficulties, according to her, with the Seroquel, correct?
That was part of it, yeah.
And they wean her off of that, right?
Yep.
And then after McLean, she's only on the trazodone, the Ativan, and then on the 16th, adding in the amitriptyline, correct?
Right.
You mentioned that you went to New York in November of 2022. Defense counsel said that was a month before the children were killed, but that's actually 2 months before they were killed, correct?
It was, yeah, it was about a little more than 2 months.
And she hadn't been on the Seroquel yet, right?
I don't know exactly when she started the Seroquel.
Would December sound right?
Yeah, or end of November, yeah.
And so when you took your trip to New York, she was having some issues, but she was doing okay, wasn't she?
She was doing much better than she was in December.
Okay. And did you also take another trip with Cora in November?
Yeah, so I did the trip to New York, and as soon as I got back, went to bed, and then the next morning left with Cora.
And was that November 4th through the 7th to San Francisco?
Yeah.
And who was taking care of Dawson and Callan while you were in San Francisco with Cora?
Lindsay.
And so during your trip to New York, and then immediately after your trip to San Francisco with Cora, were there any issues or any problems, or did anything happen while Lindsay was caring for those kids?
Nothing bad happened. She was, I would say her anxiety and depression was starting to tick up, but yeah, obviously nothing bad happened.
Okay. And it's your testimony that things started to get worse in December. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it was also your testimony that after the stay at McLean, things got better, wasn't
Yeah.
it? And she steadily progressed throughout January, getting better, right?
Definitely, yeah.
And on January 24th, 2023, you testified that that was one of her best days.
Yeah.
You were asked about the Apple Watch. The police didn't collect the Apple Watch, right? They did collect her phone, correct? You identified it earlier, right?
Correct, yeah.
And her Apple Watch was linked to her phone, was it not?
It probably was, yeah.
You were also asked about the drop from the second floor window. Were you aware that the measurement from the windowsill to the ground was actually 12 feet?
I've never measured it, but yeah, I believe what you're saying.
And looking for one of the exhibits from Defense Counsel. It's the, yes. Exhibit 84, this was the packet here that Defense Counsel was going through with you, where you said this is Lindsay writing Callan's schedule, is that right?
Right.
But this was also Lindsay sending notes back and forth between herself and Elaine, is that correct?
Possibly.
And there's different writing here, correct? You want to look at it?
Yeah.
For example, this first page after the cover, we have writing here that you said was Lindsay's, correct?
It looks like it, yeah.
And then down here, there's a note that's in different handwriting, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So were you aware that Lindsay was using this notebook to communicate back and forth with the nanny about Callan's care?
She had different notebooks. She always had a notebook that she would leave for the babysitter, or for me.
And so, for example, on Tuesday, September 4th, she wrote, last fed at 6 a.m., give him a bottle whenever he wakes up. He likes it very warm. He's been resisting the bottle. If he won't drink it, after 45 minutes of trying, please text me to let me know. Put down for next nap 1 hour after he wakes. Try to put down drowsy but awake. But if he cries, pick him up and rock, bounce, or hold him until sleep, then put down. He usually sleeps 45 minutes, but let him sleep as long as he wants. These are very detailed notes that Lindsay is sending to the nanny, correct?
Yeah.
And then she also wrote, if you have time, wash and cut up veggies, sweet potatoes, 1-inch cubes peeled, broccoli, small pieces, peppers, 1-inch pieces, plastic Ziploc bags to put them in. Next bottle 2.5 hours after the first bottle, correct?
I believe what you're reading, yeah.
So very particular about what she wanted the nanny to do, how she wanted her to do it, and when to feed Callan, when to put him down for a nap, all of those things. Very particular, correct?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Again, Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Callan last fed at 8:45. Please put him down for a nap at 9:35. We will be home from gymnastics at 11:45. Clean clothes and dryer if you get to it. So again, very specific times for putting him down and when to get up and asking her to do additional work like laundry and things like that, correct?
Yeah.
Again, October 6th, ate at 8:15, fell asleep at 8:40, changing tables now in the bathroom. If he wakes before 9:40, give him 15 minutes to settle himself back to sleep. I'm hoping he will sleep till 10:15. If he is still asleep at 10:40, wake him. Feeding at 11 a.m. First try bottle. If he doesn't take it after 15 minutes, make oatmeal. 2 tablespoons of oatmeal. Make thin with breast milk. Can heat for 5 to 10 seconds. Again, very specific directions on what she wants done and how she wants Callan cared for, correct?
Yeah.
And throughout this notebook, it's more of the same, correct? Or have you even seen that?
I haven't seen it, yeah.
I have nothing further, thank you.
So which nanny was that?
That would have been Elaine Rossi.
And Elaine Rossi, how long was she the nanny for you guys?
A month or two, yeah, probably 2 months.
And then she just needed more hours and moved on, and Lindsay was home, so.
Yeah, I think she preferred more hours. We couldn't really give it to her, and Lindsay was home anyway, so.
And as far as the records are concerned, it's fair to say that Lindsay, as a concerned mother, would give instructions to people that would be taking care of her infant?
Yeah, I would have done the same.
A lot of discussion about these prescriptions and scripts from the different doctors, and one of the things you referenced was that you believe that she was on trazodone, and if I suggest to you that there was a Dr. Izad Parayarara Kavon on November 16th of 22 that prescribed 50 milligrams of trazodone while she was on buspirone and fluoxetine. Does that refresh your memory that in November she was prescribed 50 grams of trazodone?
Yeah, I remember trazodone being like a part of the medication plan for a while.
And one of the things that you did, as we talked about, is you went to CVS and you got a list of all the drugs, right?
Right.
And if I suggest to you, sir, that this is just an easy reference with different colors for different doctors of exactly what the CVS provided, does that appear to be fair and accurate of the scripts that were provided?
Yeah.
Can I see which one that is, please? No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Counsel, could I see you?
Like to know what the judge is saying to them. So the prosecution, y'all keep in mind in her opening statements that she's done got in trouble about, possibly, she's painting Lindsay as a selfish, control freak woman who's faked all her mental illness. Remember that when you hear the prosecution talking. Why is she doing that? Because she's trying to establish this woman was a control freak with her detailed schedule, down to the size she wants that food. In my opinion, chronic OCD right there, undiagnosed. Lindsay was spiraling with a lot of things going on all at one time, and I still wonder what her underlying condition was they don't know about yet. I'm not talking mental health. Something's triggering all these events in her, and it's not just having babies. She was organized, but she had there, y'all. It goes deeper than that. I am telling y'all, It goes deeper. I was that woman. Not that I
It's
wanted
been
to
a long
punch
day
you
for
or
everyone, so we're
sit
going to
still. Everything had to be
excuse you till tomorrow
fast. My
morning.
family right now. Just,
The hope is to start about 9. Kind of the same thing. We'll go to hopefully about 11, take a break at 11. We'll have a break at from 1 to 2, and we'll go into the afternoon around 3 or 4. All right? So that's the thing. Remember, I'm going to ask you those questions about not talking about the case, not doing any research about it, don't watch anything about it. You have to keep an open mind. At this point, you've heard some evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the law that you are to apply to the evidence. So you've got to, at this point, you've got to keep struggling in a sense, keep that open mind. So I'm going to excuse you. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll come back here tomorrow morning. If I forget to tell you, tomorrow, Friday, we're still on schedule to take that view, and then we'll deal with the schedule before you come in tomorrow. But that's, as best I can tell you, that's the schedule for tomorrow. So again, thank you so much for all your work on this case so far. I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Good.
okay. Yeah. So like I was saying, listening to that description there, that's not or just an organized mom. That's got a lot to do because we're talking the size of the food, guys, down to the size of the food, um, and very distinct details and instructions laid out there. I was never that bad because trust me, I had it all to do myself. It was all on me. Those lists were for me, but I didn't do the food down to the size and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, I see the signs there. I was that woman with 3 little kids. Well, one was in the hospital half the time at that time, but couldn't sit still at the end of the night, telling myself it's okay. Everything is done. Trust in it's all done, right? And if it didn't all get done today, it's okay, right? So I feel like I'm seeing some of that there. She had a lot of pressure on her returning to work. Do I go back? Do I stay home with my babies? How do I get it all done? Do I have a nanny? Do I not have a nanny? Is he going to help me when he's home if we don't have the nanny? That's a lot. When you're working 2 shifts back to back at times, when you got a house full of babies, you need a babysitter to go home and watch the baby so you can sleep after your long nights shifts at the hospital. That was not a road this mama was ready to walk. I was like, nope, something's got to go in my life until I get more comfortable with my children I chose to have being a certain age. And it was my personal choice. But I get not everybody has that personal choice. But if it becomes overwhelming, you need to start scaling back what you're doing in your life. But we don't always have the insight to know that's what's happening to us, because we're in the middle of it. In the middle of it. Exactly, Forrest. You spend so much trying, you can't control certain aspects of your life, so you're trying to control the other things, right? Because it gives you that sense of calm and that sense of control that you may feel like you don't have. And that's a hard pill to swallow and let go of because trauma can trigger every bit of that. So can chemical imbalance in the brain. People need to really understand the chemical imbalance in the brain that's happening. That's why you cannot treat bipolar disorder with an antidepressant. It doesn't do any good. It spirals them, starts causing all these side effects that they don't understand. And the medicine's never going to help to start with, but you're told just to increase the dose and give it 6 more weeks. What's a severe form of depression? What are y'all talking about? Yeah, it's obvious to me, guys. I'm leaning so heavily. To me, honestly, I feel like there's no question about what happened here. It's just not. A woman was in dire need of help. Husband realizes something's wrong, so he starts participating and trying, and the system failed her miserably, especially with her telling them there's something wrong. Something's wrong. And they're not listening to her when she tells them how horrible the medicine makes her feel. We have to stop that. If that medicine's making y'all feel downright horrible, it might be time to scale back a bunch of people in your life too. People can't realize why they can't get rid of the stress and the drama because you're not getting rid of the problem. You're masking it with medication, but you're keeping the same things in your life causing you the trauma and the drama. You see what I'm saying? There comes a time when we have to own our own recovery and do what's right for us and show up for us and realize that pharmaceutical thing they're trying to sell me is not going to fix me in the long run. It may help me, it may calm me, and it may even kill me at times, even get your system even killed. But what's it doing to you in the long haul? Right? And that's a hard walk for people who are struggling to even take in because there's not assistance out there with that part of it, and they got to change that. The lady was hospitalized days before all this happened. They sent her home to take more of the Seroquel. Her and her husband said, "We don't like it." And my own experience with that medicine was horrendous. No, thank you. Mm-mm. Oh, I know it for a fact, Forrest. Trust me, I'm not even saying that because I thought of it was a good idea. I know from experience what fixed me. I know what worked for me and what didn't. Everything they threw at me wasn't going to work because they were misdiagnosing me and mistreating me the entire time. And thank God I recognized it and I knew it and I just brakes on. Nope, me and my medical marijuana in my backyard will get along just fine and we'll sleep when we're god darn good and ready when our body gives out. Get goodbye, all you stressful people and things in my life. Don't need it. I got enough going on in this head. Got enough. Don't need the extra. Thank you. Now I realize people can't reduce all the stress in their life, but by God, there's certain people I promise you, you can do without if you're honest. Certain lifestyle choices you could absolutely do without. A pill won't fix it all, but it absolutely helps when needed, when done properly. No, you can't. The doctors are going to be shown what's up here in just a minute. Maybe not in this criminal trial. They're going to get it handed to them in civil litigation. Now, so I got, let me see if I can, there's two things that happened. Okay. Well, we'll get to you in a minute, Bubba. You ain't going nowhere, you freakadeek. All right. So this morning I got the headsets on and I couldn't hear as well as I should have, and I should have took them off to listen really well. But when they were talking about the jury instructions this morning, so let me read this to you guys. Thanks, Rachel, for the link earlier. Um, Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy. Motion in limine for emergency relief instructing the jury to disregard portions of opening and direct. Now comes the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, in the above caption matter and moves this court for emergency relief as follows. The defendant moves to strike the government's argument in the opening to the effect that the children were executed in a particular order, inferring a particular focus on one child with more apparent anger, followed by the remaining two children in a particular order. In fact, there is no factual or rational basis of this prejudicial argument. The government has indicated the order of the killing is a reasonable inference from the physical evidence whether the kids were found, their ages, and the fact that they get Callan's pulse back. The jury should be instructed to disregard that argument. The questioning of Patrick Clancy, inferring that they went to a Boston hotel and Lindsay had a massage and they ate dinner and stayed at a fancy hotel in December when she was in deep throes of mental illness, was not based. And we heard him go right back at that earlier, right? Well, send me because they're going by the medicine count. They went over that in day one. 7 pills gone, which to me, that's not a red flag for Lindsay. Red flag for the healthcare professional who decided after 7 pills only were taken that we're going to change your meds or give you an increase. Not today. Go ask any doctor except for Dr. John right now. Is that how it works? 7 days in, we're switching meds up and dosages? No, we're not. So there's something amiss right there that I could not unsee or unmiss because I know how these meds work. And it wasn't the only time. There were several bottles of meds. But what that tells me also is Lindsay tried them for maybe a week and was like, what the hell's happening here? This is too much. She goes to the doctor and she tells them, they're like, well, let's shuffle. Let's play dosage shuffle, Lindsay, is what happened. They're trying to paint it a very different picture, though. And they're also trying to say she had, massive amounts of pills. She was pill farming, doctor shopping, and she switched doctors within the same facility because one left. That happens all the time. You get that call, hey, your doctor's leaving. We're going to set you up with, the other guy in the office. You're like, oh, damn, okay. Preach it, ma'am. Preach it. It's helped me since 1980 something. I wasn't born till 67, Jet, but I get you. It's Jesus medicine for the people. And it is the only thing that I rely on these days, and the only thing I care to rely on, the only thing that helps me. Don't come at me with your pharmaceuticals. Been down that road, tried it all. No, thank you. All because I had anxiety and insomnia. Go figure. You're a mad woman. You can't sleep. Got a little anxiety. Take all of this mess right here. Excuse me, you weird Lauren Matthias type shit. Dr. John's School of Medicine thought process. All right. Now, on a brighter note, Brian Koberger has been granted something by Judge Hippler. Go figure. Is this on the docket? Brian C. Koberger versus State of Idaho. Whoa, what a flip of the switch there. No longer does it say State of Idaho versus Brian C. Koberger. It says Brian C. Koberger versus the State of Idaho. Before the court is petitioner's motion for appointment of counsel in connection with his petition for post-conviction relief. Petitioner's motion for appointment of counsel is granted under Idaho Code 19-4904. Face palming all the way through this, he says. The state public defender shall appoint to counsel the petitioner. Now we can't see who the attorney assigned is yet, y'all. It's going to be an appellate attorney out of the Idaho Public Defender's Office. They have a state set up nowadays. Ugh. I'm starting to yawn. What? Some guy in Pinellas County for dumping hundreds of toxic mothballs onto St. Pete Beach in April. What is wrong with people? He thought we had a moth problem on the beach and he come to help us? Freakadeaky shit. Good God Almighty. Social media people scare me. Okay, yeah, we don't have the name of Koberger's attorney yet, y'all. Will this attorney be calling Ann Taylor to the stand as a witness? What do y'all think? Oh, girl, what do you take for a restless leg? My bitches be going crazy at times, but I don't want nothing. I've been having these weird muscle experiences though lately. I got to go back to the doctor. Something's going on with the muscles, and I'm not digging that shit in the middle of the night when I am actually asleep, being woke up because some funky shit's happening. I got the woo woo going on with my muscles, but that's par for the course that's par for the course with my thyroid disease, my autoimmune business going on. My muscles are a little out of wacko. They have a mind of their own and do what they please. Always have. I'm waiting for a weird diagnosis one day. Me and my sisters, actually. Some strange stuff be happening occasionally. All right, guys, we may have to wrap this up because I want to come back later. Because there's a lot. Koberger, you set the internet on fire again. We knew you couldn't help yourself. And I got to get caught up, get my bearings there. Let me put that right there. I know. He's being silly, salty. He ain't got a chance in hell, but y'all do you. It's where I can't help but I gotta know. I gotta know. And I'm so weak. So, oh, okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to come back in a little while, guys. Uh, when dinner's over, for damn sure, I want to unpack that interview with you guys, or if y'all are interested in true crime and all. What do y'all think? Yeah, there's a lot going on in this Clancy case. There was a lot going on within those doctors' offices. That's the problem here in this case, of these doctors' offices not communicating the different going to one doctor and, oh, well, they got you on this and you're not reacting well, I'll just go ahead and start weaning you off without calling the other doctor. That's problematic in mental health treatment. Extremely problematic. Those are the kind of loopholes they got to fix. That's the kind of stuff they need to be focusing on when you're hearing this testimony. Focus in on that type of stuff. And where was that failure and that breakdown? How did it happen? We need to fix that in the future, because we cannot have mothers deleting their children, especially when there's reaching out for help. We can't have that. That's on all of us as a society at that point, for turning a blind eye and pretend like it ain't our business until we have an opinion on that business, right? None of our business until I got an opinion on that business. My mama always told me opinions were like assholes. Everybody had one. I was like, damn, mama, that's a little harsh, but you ain't lying. Okay, noted, mother. File that in my filing cabinet of my mama's bullshit, because she's never wrong. She a little weird sometimes, but by God, she wasn't never wrong, come to find out. I thought she was a few times. I questioned it in my mind. I knew better than to question it out loud. No, no, girl. Keep that thought in your head. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think my mother took that. I don't want to have to resort to that. It doesn't bother me that bad, only occasionally. The muscle spasms are worse. To fucking get up in the middle of the night and like, no, not, no, please don't do that. It hurts. What an individual. An individual has been taken into custody in this incident. Whatever the incident was, a large police presence in Tucson, Arizona. I've been monitoring the situation from afar. It says no threat to the public. This is not related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Really, Pima County Sheriffs, we don't know what to make about you and your mouth. Maybe you'll call that little young man in Canada and give him a full update for us. We liked him. So there was something going on in Pima County earlier, guys. There was a large police presence in the neighborhood and whatnot. And I'm like, what's going on there? Did they find the porch guy? But apparently not. It's just another random running around the Tucson area. What else is this? Okay, here we go. Let's see. Oh, that's just where Koberger was certified, everything sent. Okay, all right. Well, Koberger's getting himself a little appointment of an attorney. His Ann Taylor still hasn't reached out. Hold on. What? What's going on here? Holy cow. Tropical Storm Bertha. Why are you trying to come back to life in the Gulf? What happened? Fuck, now that bitch is gonna come at me. I know it, because I made fun of her and her little storm that could shit. Oh my God, I'm getting the woo-woo's gonna come at me. I'm nervous. Hold on, I gotta get a weather update. Y'all going for that ride with me. Hold on. The bitch is back, Simmy. Stone cold sober as a matter of fact. I can bitch, I can bitch. Take it away, Elton. Storms can't come back. The motherfucker went on to shore and went away. What's this little weird shit on the Twitters? It was already weird. Tropical storm Bertha has resurrected. It would be a different name, wouldn't it? Off the coast of West Florida. Thanks to the sacrifice she made to protect the Gulf Coast states on her last journey. What the fuck, you weirdo? Are they going to say the government sent it back at us? Did the government send it back at us? Hold on. Yeah, somebody's bullshit. We don't. That's not how it works. It's the new mascot of Seattle. It's the raccoon with spinal cord condition, and he has what? We got a little injured animal. Hmm. Sorry, guys. I had to check a message that was incoming real quick. He's gone viral. Hold on, let me pull up my other chat because I can hardly keep up with this. Restream chat's weird. Okay. Simulate. Jimothy being weird is my superpower. And then you say it's the new mascot of Seattle. It's a raccoon with a spinal cord condition, and he is humpback. And he has become a superstar. Nice little fella. We had one of those in my cousin's backyard. He was Stubby the squirrel. Stubby was cool as shit. We loved Stubby. He always hung out with us and chilled back there. And had a little accident when he was a baby. The other squirrels were mean to him one day. Something had happened. He was the backyard squirrel, Stubby. All right, guys, I'm going to go do some recon on a couple of things. I need to get dinner around here later myself. Um, check in on everything. And I want to come back tonight and unpack an interview with you guys. Okay, we got the link for Jimothy. Hang on, should we look at him? A little palate cleanser before we go? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, here we go. I should be able to pull it up now. Okay. Where are you at, cute little guy? Jimothy the viral raccoon. What does it say here? He does what? Jimothy the viral raccoon wanders through Seattle backyard. All right, well, let's see him. We have raccoons all over the place in Northwest Florida. All right, little guy, music in the background each and every time. I'll have to watch. I'll get a notification later, and they're gonna want me to edit that out. That's crazy. I should have kept the sound off. That's cute. That is so cute. I love to watch the animals frolic. Oh Lord, the housewives are at it again. All right, well, we don't have time for all that. All right, guys, thank y'all for coming in for day 2. Now, it looks like tomorrow they said that 11 a.m. will be their morning break, and then again 1 to 2 will be their lunch break. So we will be back in the morning with day 3 of the trial, and I'll come back tonight because we want to look at that interview. All right, you guys down? Hope so. If not, we'll see you when we see you around here. Y'all have a good evening, and maybe I'll see y'all again later. Y'all go have a great one. And be safe on them streets. Wear your helmet.
Thank you all for watching this here video.